Hello. It's finally gonna work. I don't know what was going on, but it was... There we go.
また会えて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay. There we go. Check that, check that. We're all good there. Okay, that should all be working. I do gotta grab all this, because this expires kind of soon. I meant to grab these way earlier, but I didn't, which I should have. We'll read this after we finish or we'll take it after we finish part 1, I'd say. Probably for the best. What else do we have here? No, there's nothing else I gotta pick up. Specifically left that out. There's still 3 days until that, which that's what we're gonna use as like the timer. Could do a couple of these real quick just to get more currency and stuff, and then I can buy the items because I wanna, you know. Oh, right, I forgot how this works. Hold on. It's like a... Not quite a rhythm game, but... Oh. No, I do not want to miss any of this. Technically, this will help me whenever I play divers again, you know? Get my fingers warmed up for code inputs. Showtime. I wish it did make it a rhythm game. Like, actually to the rhythm and everything. Alright, what can I grab here already? So I want to grab the skins. Oh wait, let me grab this first. These are the most important. Now we can grab these skins. Probably do the cat cafe too, actually. Oh, Harpsy. Cafe has new items on the menu, but there's so many people there. We're just making drinks now. We're like, that cause problems if we go over and talk to him now. Harpsy, I noticed you've been looking my way for some time now. Is there anything you'd like to drink? And I'll have a good meowing. Sounds perfect for you. Hang on. Let's see. Didn't 3 cats show up here before? Also, I messed that up. I messed that order up. And this last one is the alcohol. That is an interesting combination. It's like a milk tea kind of thing. Oh! Just didn't expect to see you here. Would you like something to drink? Like a Bloody Mary, thank you very much. Sure, no problem. Excuse me? I have several questions. Like several questions. Several questions. The biggest one being, why are you here? Of course it's alcoholic. Continues. Oh! Mosen. Comic credit, were you grinding your beans? I could smell the fragrance from far away. I'm sure they'll taste great. Thank you for your praise. What would you like today, Mosen? It's gonna order a Moscow mule, but it's not good to consume alcohol during the day, so let's compromise with an Irish coffee then. Got it. There's Krollik again. Whoops. I don't know why I thought it was the acorns. Let's just get through this as fast as we can. We can do the extra stuff later. Continue, there's more? Hey, you're dilly-dallying around behind the counter. Sweet set. You're finally going to make something decent. Just in time. I was working on a new recipe. The recipe that's supposed to just have to help you taste test it. Don't get me wrong, I just don't want Zuko to end up serving something awful. One moment, please, then. Does she even have, like, the ability to taste, considering the stuff she ends up making? I guess she said it's not good to drink alcohol in the morning, Olsen did. Only for her to order something that has alcohol in the morning. Okay. What do we got? Caramel macchiato. What a surprise. Oh, that's the last one. Go ahead and do one of these then. The main problem is that, like, having to wait for the timer. Do they just have endless patience in this? Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I realize like, there's actually still quite a lot of titles coming up. Like, for being added to the game. Which is, both good and concerning, because I'm saving for Sapo, but there's so many titles I want to grab on the way. Oh, another one. Oh, Springfield. Classic cappuccino. You know, I still don't understand how people can drink coffee. Like, they'll get it, like it was literally just made, and they'll drink it right away. Without, and I don't understand how they don't burn themselves. Because, like, last time I tried to do that, didn't go well. Unless they have something that specifically heats up water to, like, a temperature that's actually drinkable. Because what I do is I just put water to boil and then do it. I have to wait ages before I can actually drink it. But maybe they have something that specifically picks temperature? Oh. Kinda would have guessed that they would give you more orders in this game to make it more difficult. But it's fine. It's probably better for it to be a chill game rather than a full, like, cafe simulator. Should probably let the time bleed out a little more. Because we need to... I don't want to be here the whole time. But I also don't want to be doing it where it's like, oh, I'm just waiting the whole time either. I guess we could wait a huge chunk and then start speedrunning through the rest. I'm gonna wait until 110. Alright, now we need to be fast. What would we need? 600 points, was it? If I remember right. Whoops. Pepper Americano. That is so weird to have pepper in a coffee. I guess there's a couple weird drinks in this that I'm guessing there's a different variant for them in real life. For example, the one with the cheese. Like, I'm sure it's not actually supposed to be cheese, or if it is, it's not supposed to be Swiss cheese. Okay, almost done. Kind of curious what an Irish coffee would be like. Okay. Almost hit that goal that we're aiming for. But we only have 30 seconds, so we gotta be faster here. Alright. And done. 600. There's the cheese one. Cursed. Cursed, I tell ya. This. I was thinking of doing this later instead, but here's what it is. I mean, I guess I could talk to them later instead. And just do the manual part for now. I just waited out now, it's only 3 seconds. There we are. Oh, I already have all the cats, right, so I don't actually need to do that anymore, do I? I got all the extra dialogue for all the characters now, so... What is this? Is this a painting or something? Okay, I should probably actually continue story, right? It's been 40 minutes.
はい、座ってください。
Give me a second. Alright, this is the spot. And places Dushev, whose neural cloud has been temporarily shut down into a makeshift workbench. She and guides Batilde, who had just undergone emergency frame repairs, to sit down in a small room. After all that, Helen lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Oh, hey, Chaos. You wanna walk? Alrighty. I hope you enjoy your walk and stay safe. This is a room that only Helen has access to. You can consider it her one and only safe house within Maggie's security, where she can let her guard down if only a little. Until Dushev does, neural cloud starts up again, until Batilda's investigation is complete, she intends to let both of them rest here.
ありがとうございます。射撃管制コアも素体も高かったでしょうに。
It started spitting? What? Thank you. The fire control core and the frame are probably quite expensive.
また迷惑をかけましたね。
Sorry for the trouble again. Bathilda's tone is somewhat stiff, as though she's not used to accepting help so directly.
でもこんなことして大丈夫なんですか?
Still, are you sure it won't get discovered?
私としてはその辺の廃棄された素材で素体を直すだけでもよかったんですよ。
Raining lightly, is that a Canadian thing? Oh! It might be, because here we either say... Actually, here it depends where you are, but there's either the word drizzling or sprinkling. That's what we use. At least that's what I've known. Just below drizzling? Oh, so there's a below drizzling. Okay, then, yeah, I think here that'd be considered sprinkling. To be honest, repairing my frame with the scraps to make security discarded would have sufficed.
この程度の資材、マグニには腐るほどあります。
A basic combat loadout isn't deemed anything valuable within Manga security at all. Don't worry.
それにしてももったいない。あれだけの素材があれば、人形コミュニティならかなりの間持つのに。
What a waste. The discarded materials in that warehouse alone could sustain our doll community for a long time. Did mutters under her breath, words flavored with palpable lament.
資源に乏しいイエローエリアでは、リサイクルで修理用品を確保するのが当たり前です。
Oh, okay, Cass. Yeah, I've definitely never heard it spitting. That is new to me. Frame repair, but that might be like something that's more common in like further north states. So maybe that's just because of where I've lived most of my life. All frame repair materials are difficult to find in the yellow zone. I'm used to scavenging everything I need from ruins.
大変だったんですね。よりどころのない人形がイエローエリアで生きる難しさは私には想像できません。
That must have been hard. Life in the yellow zone as a homeless lone doll must not be easy.
最初はすぐにまたぬいちゃんに会えると思っていましたが、想像以上に時間がかかってしまいました。
Language and slang is weird. Yeah. Once thought when I'm done dealing with all my troubles, I'd be able to find Dushev right away. Never expected the separation to last so long.
けれどその間にぬいちゃんは新しい仲間と出会い、指揮官とも再会できた。
Still, it was quite fortunate that she found new companions and reunited with the commander while I wasn't with her.
あなたまでそんなに指揮官のことを。
I didn't expect that you'd trust the commander so much.
スオミさんもリッタラさんも私には理解できないくらい指揮官を信頼しています。
Somi and Litara are the same as you. It's surprising to me just how much you guys trust the commander.
賞金ハンターに騙されてひどい目にあったというのに。
Even though we've all been betrayed by bounty hunters before.
一緒くたに考えない方がいいかもしれませんよ。
One size fits all is not a good approach, you know. A lighthearted chuckle escapes her lips.
あの人は特別です。
He's special.
知っています。
I know.
実は人間と交易することも考えていましたが、それまでの経験でみんな人間を信用しきれないんです。
It's just that we once thought about relying on trading with humans for some of our materials. Yet our past experiences taught us that humans can never be fully trusted.
でも今回、スオミさんとリッタラさんは何度も指揮官に助けを求めるよう提案しました。
Suomi and Litara kept suggesting that we ask the commander for help when the current crisis hit us.
結局のところ、私も助けられたわけですが。
To be honest, I don't really have the right to stop them, because in the end I accepted the commander's help myself.
あなたもぬいちゃんも傷つきたくないところがそっくりですね。でもご自分を責める必要はありません。
You and Dushivnai are really quite alike in your fears of getting hurt. You don't have to blame yourself.
私は自分を責めたなど。
But I don't have a habit of blaming
捨て
myself.
られるのが怖い。認められないのが怖い。だから自分を証明しようと思っている。
That explains it then, Gaia. That makes sense. Afraid of losing your value and being thrown away. Afraid of not being acknowledged. That's why you're always trying to do something to prove your worth. Yon's gaze softens as though she is looking at someone else through Bathilde.
ぬいちゃんはずっとそんな気持ちを隠してきました。
Dushivnai kept those feelings carefully bottled away for a long time.
あなたと私の知っているドゥシェーブヌイさんは別人です。
The Dushivnai you're describing is completely different from the Dushivnai we met.
そうかもしれませんね。私がいない間にあの子が新しい旅に出られたことを嬉しく思っています。
I'm glad. She managed to set off on a completely new journey without me by her side.
あなたはいいんですか？
Is that really okay with you?
ドゥシェーブヌイさんのメンタルログを取り戻せなかったら、ずっとあなたのことを忘れたままですよ。
If we can't recover Dushivnai's original backup, it's possible that she'll never remember anything about you. Do not perceive.
なら新しい思い出を作ればいいじゃないですか。
No, simply just have to make new memories.
変えられない過去にとらわれるより未来へ進んだ方がいいと思いませんか？
Rather than stay trapped in a past that can't be changed, we should face the future with confident, open arms.
人形も人間もどんなに記憶を失ったり書き換えられても心の奥底に刻まれたものは変わりません。
I've always believed that for both humans and dolls, the nature engraved within the core of an individual never changes, even if the memories are tampered with or forgotten.
だからぬいちゃんがどう変わってもずっと私の仲間です。
So no matter what Dushivnaya becomes, she'll always be my stalwart companion.
もちろん指揮官も。
And of course, the same goes for the commander.
指揮官は今何をしているのでしょうね。
I wonder what does the commander plan to do now after all these years? Ellen smooths the hair dripped over her shoulder, allowing a faint smile to show on her face.
再会のために急ぎたいところですが、
We'll need to pick up the pace a little if we want to reunite with the people we long to see.
今は待った方がより確実です。
Still, the
マグニの人員の大半が休息に入ったら動きましょう。
Still, the safest course of action for now is to wait. We'll wait for most of Maggie's security to go off duty, then make our move.
はい。そちらの考えに従います。
Understood. I'll wait for the opportune moment. I won't act rashly and cause trouble for you.
データ改ざんは気づかれるリスクを伴います。慎重に行きましょう。
Tampering with intel does still carry the risk of being discovered. We must prioritize caution in our actions.
単なる改ざんならそうでしょう。肝心なのは情報の取り扱い方です。
Don't worry. I'm not directly tampering with any data. I'm simply giving the intel a bit of adjustment.
取り扱い方？
Adjustment?
下手にデータを増やしたり消したりしたら情報戦に長けた相手なら容易に気づいてしまいます。
To an opponent skilled in dissecting intel, hasty additions or deletions are extremely easy to detect.
適度に真実を混ぜるのが上手な嘘のつき方です。
The ideal approach is to make adjustments and substitutions without anyone noticing.
だからヌイちゃんのデータを抹消するのではなく、私とお互いの識別コードを入れ替える操作を行いました。
For example, when I needed to ensure KSVK's safety, I didn't erase all intel related to her outright. Instead, I swapped her identification code with mine.
ですが足がつかないためには、そういった操作もマグニ内部の人員に援護してもらう必要があります。
That kind of op requires an insider to provide cover, though. Once intel is tampered with, it will inevitably leave some sort of trace behind.
レンティーヌさんの体は人形より人間の方がはるかに多いです。だから彼女の体にあなたを潜らせませんでした。
Lentine's team has far more human employees than dolls. That's why I didn't ask you to infiltrate her squad.
過去の経験で人形には強い警戒心を抱いているのでしょう。
Perhaps some past experiences have made her deeply wary of us.
人形を下に見てる人間が大半なのに警戒とは珍しいですね。
Most humans don't even treat dolls with respect. The fact that she'd go out of her way to be on guard against dolls is pretty unusual.
それよりドゥシェーブヌイさんの方は。
By the way, how's Dushavnaya doing right now?
心配には及びません。
No need to worry for now.
バックアップはレンティーヌさんが握っています。それさえ取り戻せば離脱できます。
Her backup is in Lentine's possession. I'll find a way to get it back. Once I do, it'll be time for us to leave.
直近のバックアップは指揮官の方にありますので、無理をする必要はありません。
Dushavnaya's most recent backup is on the commander's vehicle. If things get too dangerous, we can just think up a way to retreat.
私たちがここに来たのは、あなたを見つけるのと、KSVK が未だ追われている身なのかを確認するためです。
Our number one objective in coming here was to help Dushavnaya find you and to confirm whether she, as KSVK, is indeed being continuously tracked.
もし追われていないのなら、いざという時は離脱を優先してもいいと思います。
As long as the latter is not the case, we can prioritize retreating if we run into danger, returning to a safe location within the doll community.
ヌイちゃんを、いや、私を追っている敵はあのコクーンという人形です。
The faction tracking Dushavnaya? No, the enemy tracking me is highly likely the doll named Cocoon.
ヌイちゃんがリセットされたのも彼女の仕業です。
Dushavnaya's neuroclad wife was her doing as well.
私とは接点がなかったはずなのに、どうしてここまで私にこだわっているのか。
Still don't understand why she's so interested in me. I'm certain we never crossed paths before all of this.
ドゥシェーブヌイさんは、よく知っている声だと言っていました。
Dushavnaya once said she felt a sense of familiarity from that doll.
ええ。私はまだ直接お会いしたことはありませんが、コクーンには秘密があると思います。
I haven't met this third gen doll in person yet, but I'm sure she has her own secrets to hide.
財団の情報処理人形とはいえ、彼女の持つ権限の大きさには私も嫉妬しちゃいそうです。
As an intel processing doll agent for the conglomerate, the clearance she possesses is so extensive that it makes me kind of envious.
それだけの存在が、なぜ私やニキータさんのような小物を？
With that kind of clearance, why would she bother paying attention to small fries like Nikita and me?
私にもわかりません。ただ情報戦の仕掛け方は私と通ずるものがあります。
I'm curious about that too. Their methods for responding to intel attacks are also rather similar to mine.
もしかしたらモデルが近い人形なのかもしれませんね。
Maybe we're similar doll models.
ちょうどこの機会に確かめてみましょう。
Well, then this is a good opportunity to look into it.
彼女の手に渡った情報はすべて精査し、彼女の目的を洗い出してみます。
I'll come through every piece of intel she's ever handled, every access path she's ever taken. I'll search for her real objective through whatever traces I can find.
ずっと私を探してきたのに、いざ見つけたらメンタルをリセットしたコクーンさん。どんな秘密を抱えているのかしら。
Take a closer look at Miss Cocoon, the doll who wasn't searching for me and once found me decided to wipe my neural cloud. It was along those lines. Well, that unit just perished.
ご命令を。逃げられる。エンジン起動。
どうってことないわ。
There we go.
前進。
Having successfully hacked into Mag Security's database, Alan traces Cocoon's intel operation paths. As he sorts through the information Cocoon had accessed, a flood of intel pours into her neural cloud. A mysterious secret laboratory under Tlazo Incorporated, a researcher named Chillavig, Manga Security's additional missions, DP-12, and the person at the epicenter of the Lviv explosion. The unknown shadows gradually emerge from the fog. Facing the consolidated information, Helen smiles knowingly.
なるほど。面白い。
How interesting.
どうしました？
What'd you find?
コクーンは私より前にトラ奏者のデータを大規模に改ざんしていました。
Expect this. Cocoon had already tampered with Tlazo's internal data on a massive scale before I even got to it.
私が改ざん前のデータを知らなければ、おそらく気づけませんでした。
Water? Okay, hold on. Oh, I need new water actually. I'll have to go find one of those. There. Good thing I already read and copied the data beforehand. If not, I would have probably not detected any of her edits.
そんなことをした目的は？
Why'd she do that?
ロレンをごまかすためでしょう。リビウの事件でトラ奏者に疑いの目が行く情報をすべて削除しています。
She did it to counter the URNC's investigators. I'm afraid. The explosion at Lviv implicated Tlazo. And guess what Cocoon did? She systematically removed everything that could connect Tlazo to it and other related incidents.
ロレンが今のデータを信じれば、誤った結論に至るのは確実です。
If the investigators rely on the latest version of the data, they'll definitely be led to the wrong conclusions.
なんて卑怯な手を。
Go this far just to dodge an investigation?
それだけじゃありません。マグニの任務で指定された座標すらも改ざんされています。
That doesn't end there. She also secretly tampered with the wipeout area coordinates in Mega Security's mission.
まさか私たちのコミュニティを襲ったのはそれが原因ですか？
So the community must have been attacked because of that. Why did she change them?
ロレンの調査から逃れるために、トラ奏者は証拠隠滅のためマグニに問題のある実験室を当たらせたのでしょう。
At the moment, it seems that the initial changes were still done to counter the URNC's investigation. To avoid trouble from said investigation, Tlazo made an urgent request to Mega Security to destroy all evidence by wiping out every potentially problematic lab in the Yellow Zone.
ところがこれらの追加依頼のデータも改ざんされていました。
It was supposed to be an additional mission with clearly defined targets, but Cocoon's tampering had shifted the target coordinates far away from the original.
見てください。これが本来の指定範囲です。
Look, is the original zone that they were supposed to wipe?
そんな。やっぱりコミュニティの拠点は範囲になかった。
How is the original coordinates don't include most of our tall community's positions at all?
だとしたら私たちは完全にとばっちりを受けたというわけですか？
So if that's the case, was Mega Security's initial run-in with our doll community really just a pure coincidence?
ええ。任務対象の変更により、たとえロレンが依頼の情報を手に入れられたとしても、
Only
実験室の存在には気づけないわけです。
partially. On one hand, Cocoon's tampering helped divert the URNC's attention, concealing Tlazo's real labs.
そして、
On the other hand,
任務にかこつけて、彼女はイエローエリアからレッドエリアの広い地域にローラーをかけることができたのです。
she got exactly what she wanted by making use of Tlazo's mission. An all-out search, stretching all the way from the yellow zone to the edges of the red zone.
DP-12 についての情報を見つけられたのも、ある種の必然でした。
She'd be relying on chance to find the trail of DP-12, but she would inevitably find it through her countless investigations.
しかしどうして外に DP12 の情報があると確信していたんでしょう。
But how is she so certain that there will be traces left by DP12 out there?
援護のない情報改ざんは足がつきます。
I mentioned just now that once intel is tampered with, it will inevitably leave some sort of trace behind.
例外はありません。
That statement applies to me as well.
どれだけ完璧にやったつもりでもです。そして私がコクーンの考えを推測できるということは逆もしかりです。
No matter how flawless the deception is, nothing is ever the same once altered. If I can deduce and guess at Cocoon's thinking, then it's totally possible that she can do the same in reverse.
予想よりもはるかに手強い相手ですね。
Looks like this Miss Third Gentle is more capable than I had imagined.
願わくば一度戦ってみたいです。
I'd love to face her head on if the opportunity arises.
ですがコクーンからすれば DP12 はすでにリセットされています。なら今後はもうイエローエリアを大規模捜索することはないですよね。
Then, since Cocoon thinks that DP12 already got wiped, I don't think she'll be doing any more large-scale searches into the Yellow Zone, right?
私たちの地域に実験室とやらはありませんし、おかしな守衛人形や畑はありますが。
Their area doesn't have what they are looking for after all. Just some strange guards and farms at most.
ところでコミュニティの仲間にはこう伝えてもいいですか？
Can I pass this piece of info to the doll community?
敵はもう目的を果たした。ほとぼりが冷めれば帰れると。
I'll just say the enemy has achieved their objective. As long as we avoid the places that they're wiping, we can go home safely once things blow over.
ええ、もちろん。
Sure.
ご情報を敵につかませた今、主導権はこちらにあります。隙を見てとどめの一撃を加えましょう。
Right now we're still in the shadows, while the enemy's intel contains a critical flaw. We can definitely deal her a fatal blow at the right moment.
どうするつもりですか？
What's your plan?
手を下すのは私たちでも指揮官でも人形コミュニティでもありません。
Don't worry. Neither the commander nor the doll community have to strike. It'll be another faction that we can use.
すべての発端はロレンがリビウの調査に乗り出したことです。指揮官が指名手配を受けたのもロレンが指揮官を利用して真相を究明するため。
Every storm today stems from the UNC's investigation to the Lviv incident. A bounty was placed on the commander because the UNC wanted to use him to find the truth behind the incident.
そこでちょっとした手を使って指揮官に向いた矛先をそらすことにします。
Not sure what exactly happened in Lviv, but I have some ways to redirect the forces pursuing the commander towards a different target.
財団に向けさせるのですか？
To the conglomerate?
はい。財団は証拠隠滅のためにマグニを実験室に向かわせました。
Correct. The rush to have Manga Security wipe out their abandoned Yellow Zone labs is fundamentally about ensuring that the UNC can't find anything that connects and implicates them.
通常の部隊にはその任務に当たらせ、裏ではロレンの目をそらす工作部隊を用意しています。
That's why they arranged for an additional team to divert the investigators' attention, on top of the regular assignments given to Mega Security's normal squads.
レンティーヌさんの勘通り、汚れ仕事はすべてカラミティ隊に任されました。
Nantin's instincts were right. These dirty jobs are always dumped on Omen.
できたところで報奨が出るわけでもなく、かといって失敗すれば切り捨てられる。
There won't be any reward for completing the job, but if they botch it, they'll become a scapegoat that the conglomerate discards.
人間同士のいざこざに興味はありません。私にとって大事なのはコミュニティの安全です。
I don't care about human power struggles, but so long as the doll community stays safe through all that, that's all that matters.
だからそのレンティーヌとの関係は早く切ってください。
As for you, you should probably cut ties with Lentine as soon as possible for your own safety.
彼女はおとなしく捨て駒になるような性格ではありません。そもそも私を呼び覚ましたのも財団に一矢報いるためです。
Lentine would never accept ending up as a discarded pawn with that personality of hers. The reason for waking me in the first place was to gain enough autonomy by building up leverage.
きっかけを与えれば危機として財団をロレンに差し出すでしょう。
With just a little nudge, that woman will willingly expose every clue that implicates the conglomerate to the UNC's gaze.
彼女にはその大役を任せたいと思います。
She will become the perfect guide to divert the UNC's attention. Helen smiles, but something icy emanates from beneath that warmth on her face. Lilith scratches her head, suppressing the tangled feelings stirring inside her. Helen signals for Bethesda to leave the room for a moment. She does. Helen immediately connects to an encrypted call with Lentine. You found the intel I asked for.
いい知らせと悪い知らせ。どちらから聞きますか?
Yes, there's good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first? Look. Cut it. Report mission status.
はい。
Yukito's tone returned to deference, though a faint, elusive hint of mockery lingers within it.
では悪い知らせからいきますね。トラ奏者がマグニにアクセスした時のパスを遡って、トラ奏者のデータセンターに侵入できました。
Bad news is I used the interfacing port that Tlazlo used to infiltrate Mega Security's database, and reverse hacked my way into theirs.
その中でカラミティ隊の任務先に指定された座標は脅威度最高に分類されていました。
Turns out the site that Omen Squad got assigned to wipe out is flagged at the highest level of danger in Tlazlo's database.
閲覧には最上位のアクセス権が必要です。
Only those with the highest level of intel clearance can see what it is. Why don't you just tell me that's a Paradeus lab at this point?
そうかもしれませんね。そしてあなたの推測通り、ロレンはリビウの事件の調査を確実に進めています。
Perhaps it's just as you suspected, that the UNC's investigation to Lviv is progressing at a steady pace.
トラ奏者があなたに早期の任務完了を迫り、重要な情報を移したのも
Tlazlo was in so much of a hurry to have you complete the assignment that they actually moved some key intel there.
ロレンを見せたい情報に誘導するためだな。
Chances are they want the UNC's investigators to stumble upon some cherry-picked intel.
骨が折れますね。
It's a thankless third job, no matter how much you think about it. Or, no matter how you look at it.
いい知らせは
What's the good news?
任務に失敗するまでは捨て駒じゃないし、まだ任務も始まっていません。違いますか?
You'll only be discarded if you fail the mission, but you can't fail if you never begin, no?
パラデウスの情報と財団の手がかり、果ては今後のシナリオ、すべて私たちで決められます。
Paradeus intel, the conglomerate's secrets. We ourselves can write the plot and orchestrate what is about to unfold.
いいな。
Not a bad idea.
それで、あなたはどうするつもりですか?
Well then, how will you pull it off? Jane pauses for a moment, seemingly considering her next move.
連中がその気なら、とことん利用されてやるさ。
They want to use me, I say let them.
だがこのツケはきっちり払ってもらう。
But the rules are always written by the side wielding more power. They better be prepared to be used by me in return.
カラミティは捨て駒になどならない。
It's alright. No one will remain eternal heroes, never pawns to be discarded.
ではそのように進めましょう。
Alright, then I should do as you wish.
おや、どこかの人形が私の後を追ってマグニのデータセンター。
I didn't expect for a dollar to secretly break into Mega Security's database right on my heels.
なるほどね。
Oh, interesting.
ヘリ、セキュリティは完璧だけど、所詮は情報を読み取るしか能のない人
Hello.
間。大量の誤情報を流せばその通りに動く。
Her defensive systems are quite comprehensive, but at the end of the day, she's just a doll capable of reading intel. Giving her enough false intel, and she'll be trapped in a cage of misinformation.
それよりも何度も私を邪魔した謎の人形さんの方が興味深いわ。私が期待した通りかしら。
Sorry, hold on. Yeah, compared to Helly, this mysterious doll who keeps interfering with my intel is far more intriguing. Could it be that what I hoped for is actually happening?
さて、舞台は整ったわ。
The new board is set. All that's left is for the pieces to take their place.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
My forehead. Well, that's marks as good chunk passed, and the first reading point. Give me a second. I think if I should take a little bit of an early break and get some food and everything, because I'm not feeling too great. It might be a good idea. Not sure what I would get is the problem. Actually, I have an idea. Okay. We're gonna go on break. And I will be back. I'm back. Sorry. I've got my food. And I think it would be good to put up for stream. For break. We'll go with Rubik's. In the meantime, there's a video that I wanted to watch on stream that I was watching with you that is just wild. But to do that another time because I don't want to do it like without her around.
Howdy! There's been quite a few Ignis events that have deserved a sequel. The one where we played a bunch of cowboys fighting the eldritch undead in the middle of the desert was not one of them, but here we are. What we also didn't need it to be was for said cowboys to now have to fight extraterrestrials that came to blow us up. I'd say the spiritual inspiration for this one is the 2011 movie Cowboys and Aliens starring Daniel Craig, except we only took the cowboys and aliens part and ignored all the plot and character and made it into an even worse B-movie. This is a short one because I'm working on a bunch of other big projects. So I hope you enjoy us being just disintegrated, and I will see you around.
After bringing the Mickelson gang to justice and battling with the forces of Abaddon, our weary posse makes the long trek back home from Red Sands. The wagon train comes to an abrupt halt after several fall into disrepair. Our lawmen circle the remaining wagons and begin planning how to proceed. Little do they know this desert isn't finished with them yet. What?
Okay, I have to find out who it is. Oh, Guillermo!
I don't know why I'm Japanese.
Look like crab, kill like people.
Hey guys, did anyone hear an ominous hell horn in the distance?
No.
Okay.
I did hear something like that.
What about now?
Everyone remember to bring your canteens and your 2 bananas. You don't want to get a cramp out there for potassium deficiency.
Yeah, last thing you need is a Charlie horse when you're fighting the bygoners. That's my name for the aliens. What the?
Oh.
What the hell? That's it. I'm putting that down. Oh wow! I didn't do it.
Oh, that's cursed.
Didn't know this was Quentin Tarantino.
Oh.
Well, shit. Well.
Dang, tortilla chips. Alright.
What in the hell is that?
What's that?
That is vapors off of a natural hot spring. Hey, they okay up there?
Oh.
I have 12 gauge buckshot. I'm going in. Oh man. Oh man. Get him, Guillermo! I can't see the enemy at all.
Oh. They're getting deleted.
Thank you. That would never happen to me right as I get revived. Oh heavens! I think Darren fucking bombed us.
They call me Potato Pete.
They don't call you that. That's just what you made up like a second ago.
You shut up.
There's a dude right there. Get him. I shot him in the head. Good throw! Oh, you nailed him.
They call me Grenade Feet.
They do call you that now.
I'm alive on the other side. I'm alive.
Hey man, give me a moment. Are you good? What is that head of yours made out of? He's not going to. Oh my
What?
god.
Darren, you're blowing up the town, Darren.
Wow! That guy died.
I have several questions.
Is that a satchel you placed?
Structures out of my town.
Dynamite Dan, what have you placed? What else? Oh my god!
Guys, you guys are over.
Oh!
Rondé, where's Madigan? Sorry, I don't know.
Okay. Through speed and violence of Dynamite Dan's gone. Oh! Leave that guy! Leave that guy! He's cursed! He's cursed!
Cube. If you go near the Energon Cube, you will be zapped.
What the fuck is an
It's what's in that hole.
Oh, Guillermo, tank it.
Then again, he is made of metal, so
Namely,
he might actually conduct
all the hostile
electricity.
invaders.
He's gonna tinfoil man. Guillermo!
Oh! No way is that real.
Dynamite Dan, don't go near that! Don't go near that, Dynamite Dan!
Oh. I think it's gone. Like, gone.
I'm getting them out.
You okay? Okay, let's go around the Energon Cube. There's a bunch of grays over there. Yeah, I think Guillermo's trying to fight him. They hit me so hard, I have phase transition to another realm. Hey man, you good?
I'm gonna get left, yeah. I'm on the last.
I feel like these aliens are severely underprepared for 12 gauge buckshot because this is wrecking their shit. I don't know why you would want to steal a fucking alien gun. Winchester Incorporated has figured out the killing game. Oh, dude, why are you in a crater? What happened to you?
Grenade.
I gave it to him.
Which
Big
building?
Yo, I got the crackle on.
What? You are not a creation of God.
Let me do
You
it.
think you're so tough?
Oh!
This guy's gonna blow.
What? Hey, I'm not.
Load it with Tanner, right? First thing he says, running up to him, "Save my family."
Load my RoboCop pistol.
Oh my god, he's still screaming over there.
I just want to go back and
Ow! Ow!
Oh my god, there's just a
bit
huge
my-
crater, but everyone's dead.
What are we here for? What are we doing?
Well, we tried to liberate that town, but we leveled it, so we gotta get out of here.
Listen, man, there's horses in the barn. Step one.
Take the banana.
Secure this.
I'll take it.
Thank you, Crowy.
Hey, you should help.
Hey, that guy threw a grenade at us? That guy threw a grenade at us?
He warned him.
What? 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 Right! He's gonna...
Everyone's dead.
Bad he murdered bored monkey, Cypher. What you gotta outside Pinhead Pete? What you gotta say for yourself?
Find the wheel for the wagon. How
Don't mosh pit too hard.
We were looking for a wheel.
Yeah, to fix their wagons.
Wait, I was.
That's why you went to town. You found a wheel, right?
No, we killed like 100 big gray people and got 0 wheels. Is that a friend? Is that a friend?
That's Gizzard.
Ah, good. No, Gizzard!
Gizzard was
Oh my god, they're volley firing? They're volley firing? At me specifically? They're chasing me with the beam! Did you see them trying to kill me? I was too quick for him! Oh my god! Oh my god! They're cutting us apart! Oh. Get in there and blow the.
I'm taking down the bitch.
Yeah, I'm taking it. That was a fucking battlefield line. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. What you got there? Hey, Darren just armed a bomb under us, by the way.
You guys don't prank. Fake bomb. Fake bomb.
I'm back.
One of my classic whimsical jokes.
Uh oh. What? Okay, so what was that then? What was that then?
Punches you in the back of the head.
Oh my god. You pressured the soft spot on Darren's skull that never fully formed. That
Look at the door! Oh, that's such a cool. That's so cool.
Oh my god, fucking.
Look at the door. Oh my god,
so excited.
Cool...
Okay, so we definitely just blow up those things on the wall and then the door opens, right? What?
We just lose somebody?
Why is there a button there?
Surely this one will do it.
Can we please back up?
Oh, we did it! Oh my god!
Guys, we planted bombs all over the gate, guys. Maybe we can back up.
What? What? They're not armed, right? What? Guys, there's a bunch of bombs armed here!
That
It approaches.
concerning.
It approaches. It grabbed him! It grabbed him! They grabbed our posse member!
You know what they're gonna do to him, right?
No!
Not again. You gotta stop panicking. Oh, it's gone.
They got his head! We're here.
The amazing race is over. Surely that's it, right?
Come on.
Love of God. Look that.
Don't you think that? You such a
We're through.
Holy shit.
Incredible.
Hello.
What the hell? So
You guys
potassium?
are not
Isn't
you.
the weather
I don't
lovely?
you guys.
Dynamite.
Oh, there it is. I'm gonna be into this TP. Goodbye. Oh, there's someone already in here. I got it. My bad. Right.
Oh, I won't
I don't want to share a tent with Tanner
The
at
thing
the
is,
time.
the thing that's really scary.
Explode.
Y'all doing something?
Wait, I've got an idea. Hold
It's
on.
you did Tannerite written on your face.
I mixed the code.
Oh!
Oh, we lost one.
They got me! God, I don't think we should be in this tent. I don't feel like we gotta get out of this tent!
Oh my god.
I think they're doomed.
I gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here.
Cooking alive in there.
Oh my god! Ow!
There's no safe place. It's just Guillermo.
It's just Guillermo.
Guillermo's lived a lonely life before. There's still some humans alive.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Oh! Stop reviving me! No! Just let me die, God! Oh.
Hey, welcome to the
What's this? What's this? What?
Beeping. I'm
The
beeping.
bomb. It's a bomb. I hate this place.
I win.
I'm gonna be honest. I think they canonically died.
And I'm so hungry. I could eat Jay right now.
Whoa.
Why did that? What's up?
Hoo-yah!
I'm gonna show you home.
What is that? Arthur?
Pegasus, the beast of legend.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. I don't think we finished the Dug Dug video, did we? Did we? Did we finish this one? You banned 5. I don't think we did.
Pure chives. The next 5 TTS should go to the victims' families.
No. I mean, it could just be like an explosion or something. Oh, wait, here it goes. Okay, so it gets here. Skater Sheep has redeemed this. They said, "I love you, Mom." We're going to turn the ban random users flag on and mark their username. So now up here, since that flag's turned on, we're going to get 5 random users to ban. We've got these 5. These are the 5 who are gonna die. Anything else we need? Do we want like do we want to like show something that says what happened, or I mean, it could just be like an explosion or something. It looks like shit. It looks so bad. So what would this say? Like, breaking news. And then we say we're banning them for each one. We get the next person to ban. Does this work? Yes. So we have OBS WebSockets Manager, which will allow me to make something happen in my streaming software, which specifically, I just want it to turn on the explosion. If it just activates the explosion like this, it blows up, right? Wait, can you guys hear the explosion? I'm not hearing it at all. Have you guys been hearing that? Oh, shit. I'm sorry. It's very loud. My bad. Why do you think we've been yelling? Because you guys yell about everything. That's not like, that wasn't an indicator that something had happened. Explosion. Monitor only mute output. That should, I think, send it to me. And let's see. Whoa! Yup. Ow. Wow. Okay, now I get why you guys were yelling. That is really uncomfortable. You still heard that, right?
What if you gave the victims a 50% chance to live, and the text would show that they are a survivor?
We don't need to, like, make a really graphic terrorist attack, guys. This is already on the verge of, like, not sensitive or appropriate. Okay, so what we're doing, we need to set the text of this, okay?
Add negotiators to talk down the suicide bomb.
No, we're not doing this.
I don't think this is insensitive enough. Can we make an animation showing the chatters' lives and backstories before showing them being turned into a pink mist?
Oh my god. It's like black and white photos are like slowly fading through the background. We're having like really sad music playing. You know, like we're having this song as they're floating by. We need to then have like a full funeral procession. Somebody needs to be designated as the eulogy writer and another as the speech deliverer. We have multiple roles for the funerals.
Is this feature creep? I think it is.
It literally is, yes. Except we're being creepier. It's creepier features.
Where do we upload our 50-page manifesto before detonating?
Oh my goodness.
It's bad. I don't think we should be doing this anymore. I feel like we should stop.
After someone redeems this cure chives, the next 5 TTS should go to the victims' families.
No. No. Dude, I like have a good relationship with Twitch, okay? My face was at TwitchCon last year, and then they're gonna be like, ooh, yeah, hey, Twitch, one of your most popular streamers is making graphic terrorist attacks automated every few minutes on stream. So what should happen now... Oh, here we go. Okay, so somebody redeemed. Plushie. The random users, these are our 5. Doug is one. So now it should set the explosion to true, and it should appear. And now it gets the victims list, and then it should set the text, and then set it to be visible.
YOLO.
It feels bad, man. That was my cousin. Everybody needs to write like sad messages about the people.
Doug, can you store all the names of the people you banned? Then you can scroll the names in black and white at the end of the stream to sad music.
Oh my goodness.
Is this all we're doing today? Is this the whole stream? We need to test this, so hold on. Oh! Oh my god! Dude, I don't like this! I feel uncomfortable. Okay, it's done. I've created suicide bombing. What other features do we want to consider today?
Wow.
After they die, random chatter gets to write a short speech about them, like a eulogy.
Okay, save the names of the victims. One chatter's message gets randomly picked and read out dramatic. God damn it!
Just got home from work. Just wanted to confirm, we are blowing up people with suicide bombs now? This is what we do now?
Well, I thought it would be like funny. I was like, oh, we'll come up with some funny, goofy features today. Like, that'll be nice and silly.
There should be a chance that a victim survives but is permanently disfigured. Their
Oh my
messages
God.
can't have certain words or vowels.
So fucked up.
That's so messed
This
up.
is fucked up, you guys. We have to put a line somewhere and make it funny and like goofy. Where's the whimsy? Yeah, we need something to be whimsical. How do we make suicide bombing whimsical? Make whimsy read out the... That's so fucked up. Whimsy is the annoying, like, I'm Whimsy. I am a children's cartoon character. Okay, look, we're just gonna vote off these.
Are you able to show the victim's last chat message?
Show them.
What the fuck is going on, Doug?
Do
I need to call someone?
We're just making a fun, whimsical channel point reward. What whimsical feature do we want next? Fuck! I don't like this. I don't like it. Why are you there? Doug, there isn't enough cheese in your stream. Okay, the thing is too long. You fucked up the sizing of it.
Add a larger reward that is a 9/11 attack that bans 100 chatters.
I don't want to. The channel point to ban one guy specifically could be funny, because then we can like get upset about all the terrorist attacks and just keep banning him as though it's his fault.
Real talk, what are the odds this VOD gets deleted and we just never talk about this again after today?
I don't know. I feel like we're on the verge. We want to ban one guy specifically, apparently. This should be fairly straightforward, actually. We go to...
Oh.
Just join stream. What is this new reward? We're gonna pick one guy. All of the problems in stream, it's gonna be on that guy or girl. Guy, gender neutral. I know that a lot of us have just felt overwhelmed and frustrated with society nowadays. Like, it's just felt like across the entire world in so many areas, there's so many challenges and problems and a feeling of maybe insecurity and worry about the future. I've definitely felt that as well. The good news, though, is that it's all because of this guy. Catchy Saucer 66. The economy? That was Catchy Saucer. War? That was Catchy Saucer. That guy or girl you asked out to prom who said no? That was Catchy Saucer. You can now officially time out Catchy Saucer 66 for 10 seconds. Okay. Okay, it works. It works. All right, wait, hold on. Let me turn down. All right, hey, we had another suicide bombing. Everybody's kind of concerned. I think the main thing we need right now is to go in to ban that one guy, and the global cooldown is now 0 seconds.
Oh my God.
Just banning the fucking shit out of him. This isn't doing anything. He's already banned. Okay, the stream is like frozen. I gotta turn this off. Chat is completely frozen. Is anybody still here? My OBS says encoding overloaded. Okay, I think the problems of the world are solved. Now, finally, that guy won't torture us anymore. We're finally free. Wait a minute. Yeah, you're right. Okay, Fummy said we banned that guy and suddenly everything started breaking. Were they holding everything together? Guys, I don't know. We should have banned Catchy Saucer 66. The music is starting to lag. It can't even play I might need to restart stream. Okay, we got...
I think it's
there's
crashing.
apparently 3... We gotta bring Catchy Saucer back, dude. This is a disaster. Is anybody getting content? I can't even open tab.
Oh.
We're so back. Okay, so
Oh.
let's never try to kill that guy again. Just to be clear what happened. The program, we asked it to ban the one guy 3,600 times in about 20 seconds, which caused it to use 100% of my CPU and crash everything. You know what? Feature complete. Okay, one chatter's message gets randomly picked. We're adding a eulogy from a random chatter, but I'm just gonna literally pick their message.
Please someone explain to me what the hell is going on. I just got here.
We're making features where somebody can redeem a suicide bomb.
Oh.
Like that.
Control.
And they take...
Oh, sorry. Wait, the alerts are behind the screen? That's a problem. Thank you for the gift sub. The resub, sorry. How you doing, sorry?
Take down 5 chatters with them. So now what we're going to do is when this happens, I think at the end of it, it fades out and then it'll play dramatic music and then it will pick the eulogy.
So we basically sacrificed that one guy for all our sins and suffering. Wait, what does this sound familiar?
Oh, fuck, you're right. We might have
You almost done
literally
leveling
found
warrior on
Jesus
Final Fantasy
Christ.
14.
And I don't mean Jesus Christ in the context of
Doesn't it take
our
a while to
stream.
level
I
in that
literally
game?
mean
I don't
this is the
remember.
return of Jesus Christ, our Savior. Wow. Really makes you think. Not very hard, but it does make you think. God! This is for Catchy Saucer. Oh, okay. So we let the eulogy begin. We start by playing sad music. Also display a funeral pic. So what should happen now is that if somebody has redeemed, it goes here.
okay.
It picks 5 random users. It bans each one of them. It then bans the guy who redeemed it. Now it's going to play the explosion. It's going to put the usernames and all the messages there. Now the eulogy begins. It starts playing sad music. It'll display the text on screen with their final message. It will display the funeral picture. It will read text-to-speech out loud, which is our eulogy by Whimsy, and then it'll turn it all off. Everybody ready? I get 1 shot. Does it work? Egg. Hold on. What you need to be
That was
saying
making it to
things
100
that
a week
are
the
relevant
moment we
to
got-
like
oh.
a eulogy. It's picking a random message. Guys, we need comments that are about the sad tragedies that have happened today on stream. Not about the fucking egg, okay? Any minute now, some fucked up
There's a class called
person
Dancer?
might commit some sort of tragedy and is going to pull a random eulogy message. Say long sentences about tragic things and the people who were lost. BGG.
Oh my
I
goodness.
wanted a good eulogy. It can't just be egg. Talk about what you've been feeling on this stream. Talk about all the emotion. Let it out. Talk about the family. Talk about the people who were lost. If you don't have emotions, copy somebody else who has emotions. Okay? That's my poor bald egg boy.
Oops. Oh, that's horrible.
Thanks for hanging out today, everybody. And glad.
The fact the song switched perfectly.
Great stream, buddy.
Right after the Utes. He died from egg. Can you believe it? He died from egg. I am oddly tired despite I think I did sleep enough. But like I don't know, something feels wrong. Egg. Alright. I'm done with food though. Switch back to stream. Continue the story in the game. Hopefully survive continuing the story in the game because I don't know what's wrong with me. I think I should have given my voice a rest today instead of streaming today. Give me a second. Oh, Jim. I'm sorry. I got too excited. Okay, hold on. I need more drink. I'll be back. No, I'm not okay. I'll be back. Yeah. I'm alive. I'm alive. Somehow. Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Hello. Oof. After the Krakow 17, Helen relays all currently known intel to the Elmo through Nikita's encrypted channel. Or, did I say Helena? Helen stands quietly on the screen, her background still consisting of mega secure. Ah! Following the screen, her background still consisting of mega security's uniformly designed. Excuse me, walls.
リビウの事件が起きた後、財団はロレンの調査より先に火消しを始めていました。
Isn't there like the whole thing they say, which is that like we don't grow up, we just get older? Oh, was it we just get bigger? Taller? I think it's older. Something like that. Let me replay this.
リビウの事件が起きた後、財団はロレンの調査より先に火消しを始めていました。
Based on the intel gathered so far, the conglomerate initiated a self-audit process after the Lviv laboratory explosion ahead of the URNC. A little bit, yeah. We take the whole like protector role so seriously that we no longer have things to protect, so now we just have to do the actions without the with all of the risk and none of the meaning. And that's why we die so much. Sorry. Based on the intel gathered so far, the conglomerate initiated. Why are you leaving? The conglomerate initiated a self-audit process after the Lviv laboratory explosion ahead of the URNC.
しかしロレンは想像以上に事件を重視していました。
But they weren't fast enough. The URNC cared about the explosion of Lviv far more than anyone could imagine.
事件について君はどこまで知っている?
How much do you know about the explosion of Lviv?
全く知らないよりはぐらいの程度です。
Not much, though I'm not entirely in the dark.
一般人への影響は限定的ですが、各勢力の上層部を大きく動かしています。ロレンも財団も最優先事項扱いです。
The explosion of Lviv didn't affect its ordinary civilians greatly, but it did shock the upper echelons of various factions. Both the UNC and the conglomerate seem to be handling this at a speed that implies direct intervention by their high authorities.
財団はマグニセキュリティにキルロビルの実験室の捜索と証拠隠滅を依頼していましたが、ロレンの反応が想像より早かった。
This time, the conglomerate commissioned Mega Security to locate and erase every lab connected to Chilovik. But the UNC's response was far faster than they had anticipated.
そこで手がかりを全て消すのではなく、念入りに情報を偽造してロレンを誘導するよう方針転換しました。
They've since abandoned the idea of wiping out every area. Instead, they plan to fabricate precisely aimed evidence to completely redirect the UNC's attention.
指揮官、リビウ事件とあなたの関連性は？
So, Commander, about the Lviv incident and how it relates to you.
君がエルモ号に戻ったらちゃんと話そう。
We'll discuss that in detail once you're back on the Elmo.
二人っきりで話すのは久しぶりですね。
It's been a long while since I've had a private conversation with you. Now let's let a soft chuckle, then quickly resumes briefing us on the latest findings.
少し前にマグニが受けた依頼について分析してみました。
Not long ago, I spent some time tracing and analyzing the mission that Mega Security took on.
人形コミュニティのあるエリアで活動していたのは、国軍が任務の詳細を改ざんし、対象範囲を大きく拡大した結果によるものです。
They were operating in the doll community's region due to the actions of the third-gen doll Cocoon. She secretly tampered with the mission requirements, vastly expanding the search radius under the pretext of cleanup operations.
彼女については調査を続行します。
I'll continue my investigations into her activities.
頼んだ。こう見ると、ドゥシェーブヌイが追われていたのはマグニだけが原因ではないようだ。
Good work. Looks like Mega Security wasn't the only reason why Dushev was getting tracked.
例のコクーンさん、私のコードというより DP12 そのものに異常なまでにこだわっている様子でした。
This cocoon seems to harbor a strangely strong obsession with my name, or rather, my identity as DP12.
ヌイちゃんが DP12 としてマグニに戻った後、すぐにヌイちゃんに手を出しました。
Cocoon made a move on Dushev as soon as she returned to Mega Security as DP12.
気をつけろ。君も狙われているはずだ。
Be careful. She'll definitely come after you.
ええ、バレないように慎重に行動します。
Worry not, I'll keep my guard up. Right now the enemies got themselves exposed if we had not been compromised. I'll stay concealed and only reveal myself when the time is right.
ニキータの話だと、ドゥシェーブヌイが昔一度リセットされたのは財団の秘密に触れたせいらしいな。
Dang it, you. Nikita told me that Dushev had her memory wiped once in Mega Security because she came across some secrets of the conglomerate's top brass. Is that true?
はい。護衛任務中、偶然財団上層部の会話を聞いてしまったのです。
Yes. Dushev happened to overhear a conversation between the conglomerate leaders during a routine escort assignment. His voice lowers as she recounts the fragmented, broken utterings salvaged from Dushev's shattered memories.
数を調整。期待通り。
Seats, limit the numbers, meet the targets.
ヌイちゃんが全てを投げ打って覚えた言葉です。
Dushev fought with everything she had to remember this.
席。
Seats. Contents of a past call with Kalin rushed to my mind in an instant. The matter of the change in leadership for Odessa. There was a change in the faction that held power over it. A chairman with ties to the conglomerate would undoubtedly provide cover for all their dirty dealings. Badadeo's revival must have been backed by the conglomerate. Without a definitive way to sever the relationship between the two, Badadeos will always have enough resources to keep coming back, expanding as much as mold would on endless plains of ripe agar media.
連中は利益のためなら何でもする。
Those conglomerate dogs. There's nothing they won't do for profit.
ええ。逆にリスクが利益を上回った時は躊躇なく手駒を捨ててきました。
When the benefits are high enough, they'll take any risk. But the moment the risk outweighs the reward, they'll discard any piece they deem expendable without hesitation.
ロレンはまだ事件の結論は出していません。あなたの指名手配を撤回させるよう全力で働きかけます。
About the bounty on you. The Urancy's upper echelons don't appear to have reached a final verdict on the incident. If the opportunity presents itself, I would do my best to help you resolve this, to turn the situation around for you.
気にするな。しばらくグリーンエリアに戻るつもりはないし、君に余計なリスクを背負わせたくない。
Alright, Jiu. Don't worry. I have no plans to return to the green zone in the near future. There's no need to put yourself at extra risk just to clear me of this baseless charge. Alright, Jiu. Please be careful. And yeah, I'm sorry about what happened with him today. And his absolutely horrendous behavior. Excuse me.
イエローエリアでもほとぼりが冷めるまでおとなしくするさ。
I'll also take care to maintain proper cover in the yellow zone, keeping a low profile until things settle down. What a surprise. What are the chances he didn't even give them to her? What are the chances he literally just brought them in and like placed them somewhere and never mentioned them at all? Exactly, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised. And then like next time you like ask him about it, he's gonna be like, "What gifts?" Yeah. Just. I do think something was extra wrong with him today. Like some of them was his like his obvious MO, right? But then like he seemed extra. I don't know if that makes sense. I'll also take care to maintain proper cover in the yellow zone, keeping a low profile until things settle down.
それでも全力を尽くさせていただきます。
I'll still do my best even if you say that. Don's tone suddenly softens, her voice carrying an emotion that I have not yet understood.
もちろん市場も含まれています。
And I vouch for you. I'm vouching for her right now. 100% true. It is horrid situation to be in. I don't even. Yeah, this is like a rare thing. Like this is like something was extra wrong with him, pretty much. I'm doing this partially to fulfill my own selfish wishes, of course.
情報操作を筆頭に財団はいろんな手を使ってくるでしょう。
Leveraging intel, fabricating intel. The conglomerate has many methods at their disposal to achieve their goals.
チルロビグに全ての罪をかぶせるのが今回彼らの描いた絵図です。けれど私の知る限り彼女は生死不明。
Their plan this time seems to be about using Mangy's security to pin all their blame on Chilavig. but based on the intel that I've been able to gather, Chilvig herself, well, her fate is unknown.
いや、チルロビグはもう
They'll never find Chilvig. She's already...
生死不明の方が往々にして死亡より都合が良いのです。
A missing person is far more useful than a dead person.
チルロビグは死亡したなんて結果になればロレンは納得しないでしょう。
If the UNC's investigation results in the single conclusion that Chilovig is dead, that alone probably won't be enough for them to close the case. It's okay, my snake hates him. Blazer seen it? Yep, I have. Like... Snakes have many like emotions and they display many different expressions, right? When her dad's around, that expression is just hate. Like, fully deserved hate.
私はあなたがスケープゴートとして利用されないか心配なのです。
Wait, did I read that part? No, I did. I'm worried that they'll turn their muzzles to you in order to create a better scapegoat. Smile crosses Helen's face, but her tone is firm, allowing no debate.
マグには財団の指示のもと、パラデウスとチルロビグのつながりを捏造するでしょう。
You have noodles now, Chaos? Noodles. Hold on, real quick. Hold on. Also, again, I will join Blazer in fighting you. Wait, why are you running back in? Don't run! Your toe is not okay! You can't be running. Ming's security will, on the conglomerate's orders, construct a complete chain of evidence linking Patadeus to Chilovig.
チルロビグに全てを押し付けてロレンの目をパラデウスに向けさせるロレンはそんなバカじゃない
Pin everything on the missing Chilovig, then divert their UNC's attention by directing the investigation toward Patadeus? The UNC isn't that naive, unless...
財団の用意した餌がよほど魅力的なのか
The bait the conglomerate is offering this time feels enticing enough.
ご想像の通り、財団の用意した情報は私にとっても未知の領域です。
That guess is right, Commander. The intel the conglomerate is putting forward involves a field I do not understand yet.
まさか遺跡関連じゃ
It's not something related to the relics, right?
いいえ。チルロビグの実験室に使われた機材の設計図です。
No. It's a set of design blueprints for equipment from Chilovig's lab.
チルロビグの機材の設計図ヘレナ
Blueprints for Chilovig's lab equipment. Helena.
マグニが向かおうとしている座標をくれ私の欲しいものはもうそこにあるかもしれない
Send me the coordinates for the place Manga Security is heading to. It might have what I need.
マグニの部隊はすでに出発しています。どんなに早く向かっても衝突は免れません。
Manga Security has already departed. There's a high chance you'll run into them head on even if you move at top speed.
その欲しいものとは一体何なのですか
What exactly spurs you on to take such a risk?
エルモ号に子供がその子にはパラデウスが実験体に投与する栄養剤がどうしても必要なんだ
There's this kid on the Elmo right now. She urgently needs the nutrient solution used in the cultivation of Patadeus test subjects.
チルロビグに全てを押し付けるつもりならマグニの向かう先には用意された証拠がつまりその栄養剤があるかもしれない
Since Mengi Security plans to use Chilovik to draw the UNC's attention, there's a high chance that the area chosen as a sacrifice will contain the contraband they're using to fabricate evidence. Said contraband is the nutrient solution that I need.
その子はもう一刻を争う容体なんだ。
The kid can't wait much longer.
わかりました。私の知る限り、あの辺には高確率でパラデウスの残党がいます。
Understood. Please proceed with caution. According to the intel I dug up, there may still be remnants of Petadeus forces in that area. All we did was activate her motherly instincts. So she was immediately like, oh, you're helping a kid? Alright, go. Understood, do it. Here's some extra intel too.
念のために証拠用に作戦中は映像を残した方が。
Maybe you could record some combat footage to submit as evidence in the future.
ロレンのお偉いさんに期待したことはない。大丈夫。うまくやるさ。
I've never placed any hope in the UNCs of senior officials. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything.
では証拠のためではなく。
Then what if you do this, but not for the purpose of submitting evidence to the UNC's higher-ups? She pauses. The figure on screen seems to hesitate for just a moment, as though she were weighing her next words carefully. Her voice is so quiet that she almost seems to be talking to herself. Yet it comes to the connection with perfect clarity, carrying a cautious plea, tinged with hesitation. Hold on, I gotta raise the volume a little bit.
私のためにということでお願いできますか?
Do it for my sake instead. Would you agree to this request?
いいけど、そんな映像じゃ大した使いどころは。
Of course. Evidence like that won't be of much use, though.
あなたと再び連絡を取れた時からずっとあなたのそばに戻りたかったのです。
I've been longing to return to your side ever since we reunited through that call back then.
昔ぬいちゃんにあなたと再会したら何を言えばいいのか聞かれました。
The chef once asked me what we should say if we were to reunite with you.
やっと会えた。ずっと待ってました。もう離れないでください。
You're finally back. I missed you. Or please don't leave us again.
いろいろ考えましたが、まさかこんな状況と立場で、しかも通信越しで再会することになるとは思いませんでした。
I thought of so many ways to begin a reunion, yet I never imagined it would go this way. Reuniting through a comms device under this identity.
私はもう待っているだけでは嫌なんです。今は私たちの帰る場所をこの手で作りたい。
I will sit and wait no more. I want to build, and am already building, a place where we belong with my own two hands. A home that belongs solely to us.
だから私の判断を信じてください。
So please, trust my judgment. Ellen lifts her head once more on my screen. Her resolve, stronger than it ever was, shines brightly through her steely eyes. That resolve pierces straight through my heart. To be seen, to be needed. Her words make me think of the place of belonging she always kept emphasizing. Yet, be it Helen or Melanie, or any of the dolls who choose to follow me, will I, as things stand today, be able to give any of them that place of belonging, worthy of being called home?
わかった。
I trust you.
そんなあっさり。指揮官も素直になりましたね。
Saying,
ご安心ください。
saying something like
信頼にはちゃんとお答えします。
saying something like that without hesitating at all, you've become surprisingly straightforward. Well, then I won't let you down. The call ends. The lighting in the ops room grows dim, allowing my pensive face to be reflective in the glass. The Elmo crew is currently gathering supplies at the bridge, since we're trying to finish our pre-departure preparations quickly. The emptiness here makes the lighting in the ops room feel rather cold. After standing still for a moment, I turn around and walk out. I find Groza checking her combat gear in the refitting room and share all the intel I've obtained.
出撃だ。目標はパラデウス拠点。ヘレナに必要な栄養剤を見つけたら速やかに撤退。
Set off immediately. Lead the squad to the Paradeos base. Locate Helena's nutrient solution ASAP, then withdraw at once.
準備は済ませたわ。いつでも行ける。
Understood. All preparations are complete. We're ready to move out.
こういうのはコルフェンがいた方がいいですよね。どんな危険な状況でも栄養剤絶対見つけますから。
Leave the searches to me. I'll definitely spot the nutrient solution that Helena needs, even if there are enemies around.
指揮官。
Commander. The girl who suddenly appears in the refitting room draws close, tugging at my sleeve.
指揮官はあそこに行くんだね。
Commander, do you really have to go to those scary places?
そこはきっと昔私がいたとこのように暗くて恐ろしい場所に違いない。
Back then, Melanie stayed in a place that always felt dark. But now that I'm here with you, things feel different. Melanie's eyes sparkle like stars, her voice resolute.
そこにいた私にとって指揮官はまるで暗闇を引き裂く輝きのようだった。
You're like a really, really sharp light that cuts through all darkness. Your light is like a shining edge.
だからヘレナも、そして今も闇にいる私たちもきっと助かる。
That's why you'll definitely save Helena. And everyone like me will surely find a light within the darkness too. This all means so much because we were referred to as and constantly called, even in the first game, the shining light in a brave new world. A shining beacon in a brave new world, and like the shining edge in a brave new world. Like it's been that kind of descripting phrase for or term for us.
だからその私にも手伝わせて。
Which is why I want to help you too. I kneel down and gently pat Melanie on the head.
じゃあ私たちが戻ってくるまでヘレナの世話をしてくれるか？
Then please look after Helena for me until we come back.
すぐ戻ってくるよね。
Commander, you'll be back real soon, right?
ああ、もちろん。栄養剤があっても君の協力がないと治療できないからな。
We'll be back as soon as we can. We still need your help with regard to the treatment once we find the nutrient solution, Melanie.
お、指揮官も行くんですか？
Are you heading out yourself, Commander?
ヘレナとチルドビグに関わることだ。万全を期したい。
This involves Helena and Chilovig. We have to be cautious for this op.
わかりました。コルフェンはヘレナちゃんに必要なものを全部持ち帰ってメラニーちゃんと一緒に頑張りますよ。
Got it. I'll bring all the medical supplies and go on maximum alert. Which I heard her mention both Helena and Melanie there, so it's... I feel like that's a different line. But alright.
誰かが傷つくのはもうたくさんです。
Yama doesn't need more casualties. Coming back safely is what matters most.
うん。みんなの帰りを待ってる。
Just okay, I'll stay on the Elmo like a good girl and wait for everyone else. And welcome back to you. You missed me talk about how Melanie had a line that references Oh, I'm scared. I'm scared. Why would you say this? Why would you say this, you? And a thing I wanted to say. Melanie had a line where she says that we're like a shining edge, like a light that pierces the darkness. And that means a lot because ever since the first game, the commander was constantly referred to as... There are multiple variations of this, but as basically being a shining light or a shining beacon in a brave new world. And if I remember right, I had that as my set up as like a little thing that was connected to my status for a long time. No crying. Concerned. Team led by Lentine moves swiftly through the yellow zone. Finally, it comes to a halt at the mission coordinates designated by the conglomerate. Before them stands a battered base. Shattered walls and exposed rebar suggest it once weathered a wave of devastation. The building's broken silhouettes trace eerie, jagged shapes against the sky, proclaiming its danger across the land. Lentine is the first to jump down from the command vehicle. She stamps the uneven ground firmly underfoot, her expression grim as she surveys the base's entrance. Stay on high alert. There's a high chance that hostiles are still present in the area. Lentine's voice spreads through the tactical comms channels to every member of the Omen squad. Her voice is icy yet steady, somewhat dispelling the fatigue from their hurried march. Start with the perimeter. Avoid being detected. Confirm the enemy's numbers as quickly as possible. Oh. Yes, ma'am. It's still been interesting how they gave him a face now. Because before, in every previous event Kenny showed up, he had this the standard helmet on and everything. All units equip mission recorders. Document the mission in full. The order makes Kenny hesitate for just a split second. He gives Lentine an instinctive glance. Understood. What? Got a problem with that? There's no emotion to be read from Lentine's voice, but Kenny knows that his tiny reaction hasn't escaped her notice. It's just that we're all on the same side here. Do we really need the recordings running? We never used them in the past anyway. If the mission intel leaks, it'll be hard to explain to the conglomerate. The past is the past, this is the present. The combat footage recorded today, I'll destroy it all afterward in one fell swoop. The recording is simply an extra layer of insurance for us. Having an extra bargaining chip is always better than being caught off guard by a partner's betrayal down the line. Would the conglomerate really betray us? Sensing the implication behind Lentine's words, Kenny's spirits sink to rock bottom. To the people at the top, every last one of us is expendable. Know your place. Besides, even if the intel does leak, it wouldn't be because we let it. Understood. I've always believed that the missions we execute do carry meaning. That we're protecting this world too, just in our own way. Destroying what's left of Paradeus' experiments. That, at the very least, will keep ordinary civvies safe.
まだわからないのか?
Kenny, you've been with me for so long. Haven't you figured it out? Ending cuts him off, her tone ice cold.
期待すればするほど裏切られた時の絶望も大きくなる。
The first step into despair is the gap between expectation and reality.
世界を守るなんて甘い夢は捨て去るんだな。
So put away your dreams of saving the world.
この世界にバカは必要だが、夢を見るバカを仕事仲間にしたくない。
The world needs its share of fools, but I will never want fools who think they can save the world as my teammates.
でもあなたはそんな救世主を夢見る人に惹かれたのでは?
Is that so? And here I thought, a hero whose dream is to save the world might catch your attention. I'm gonna be honest, I think with this line, he just poked at her and her, like, odd, almost obsession with the commander and being better than him.
面白いやつに興味を抱いた。それだけのことだ。
Everyone's interested in interesting things, but that's all there is to it.
作戦メンバーに余計なことを考えないよう伝えろ。今回の仕事は特に慎重に当たれ。
Make sure everyone participating in this mission keeps their mouth shut. Carry out this op to the highest tactical standard. Be ready for enemy contact at any moment.
動く者はすべて敵とみなせ。皆殺しだ。
Eliminate every living creature in this area. Leave no survivors.
生存者と疑わしき
Suspected signs of human survival detected.
撃て。
Open fire. Understood. Shoot them! It's Elids! Hurry! Sounds of terrified screams and full auto gunfire ring out in rapid succession through the comms. 19 closes her eyes, frustration etched across her brow. She rubs her knuckles hard against the tactical tablet, producing dull thuds. People always tend to hesitate at a fatal moment, driven by strange human sympathy and force of habit. And that's exactly what just happened, even though she had already given the ruthless order to eliminate every living creature they encountered. Even a single second of hesitation could decide your fate in a place as dangerous as this.
状況は?
So, to be fair, you know, to play like, you know, advocate and all that, they are in a Paradeos controlled zone. So it kind of makes sense to just kind of be cautious and just shoot everything, because most likely everything is just some sort of mutated thing that wants to kill you. I do find it interesting that we don't see human elids much, because that was a big thing in the first game, because that is a big thing that happens a lot. Report status. Never mind, okay. We encountered unidentifiable humanoid creatures in cloaks. They attacked us. It's not just elids, there are dull machines here too. We lost 2 of our squad members, 3 more wounded, requesting reinforcements. The voices coming through the comms are breaking up every now and then, speech interspersed with heavy panting and the roar of gunfire. Oh wait, so you rolled her 3 times? Nineteen waves her hand, signaling Kenny to push the other squads toward the ambushed point to provide support. Fire, hold the line. Hold on, we're already on our way. Oh, +1. Okay, so you got her twice. Okay. Unlike the previous sweeps of long-abandoned Patadeos bases, the coordinates the conglomerate has provided this time clearly contain a significant number of hostiles. The squad swiftly suppress the remaining enemies, but not before paying the price. 19 personally leads a team straight to the Patadeos experiment area. 19 orders her squad members to wipe out the products of all experiments in the vicinity. She establishes a defensive perimeter around her position, holding back the enemy as they keep emerging from every corner. There's an unusually high number of test subjects in this base, and most of them are humans who've been... Penny's voice is hoarse. cannot bring himself to blurt out everything on his mind.
余計なことを考える癖を直さないと早死にするぞ。
You won't live long if you don't break your overthinking habit.
そうかもしれませんね。
Things are definitely worse than I expected.
ホワイトエリアの違法実験の資料をここに置いていって、チルロビグとの関わりを示す証拠をローレンに提出するだけの仕事だと思っていました。
I thought this mission was just about planning some research info here, then grabbing some Chilovig-related permission info as evidence to hand over to the UNC later. She is not fully built yet at all. Weapon not maxed, neurocloud not done, etc. And she's 13k damage. My bad, 13.9k damage. Jeez. I thought this mission was I already read that, okay.
でもこの様子じゃ、ここはその実験と無関係ではないですよね。
But now that I'm here looking at all this, this is definitely one of the testing grounds connected to the White Zone's research base.
財団のお偉方にこんな場所を捨てさせたの上出来だ。
Murder people. Something made those high and mighty conglomerate top dogs give up a place like this? That's already a decent outcome, all things considered.
人間は力を追い求め続ける生き物なんだよ、ケニー。頭の湧いた連中はお前の想像よりはるかに多い。
Humanity will never stop chasing power, Kenny. The number of madmen in this world far exceeds what you can imagine.
力の均衡だけが争いを止める抑止力だ。
She said the thing! War. War never changes. Only by maintaining a balance of power between factions can we temporarily restrain conflict.
そして私たちはその均衡を維持するための駒。
And this time we're the weights being placed on the scale to maintain that delicate balance.
資料の偽造、財団の証拠隠滅。今さら意味のないことです。
Fabricating info, erasing evidence of the conglomerate's connection to this place. It's all meaningless at this point.
他の施設では今も無数の実験を繰り返している。
Even if we do all that, there are countless other experiments like this going on in other labs. Give me a sec. Oh, you meant 13.9 combat score. Or whatever it's called. Combat rating? You said damage. I'm like, oh, was she doing like 13,000 damage each hit or something? I see what you mean. I see what you mean. But the fact she's not even like, let's see, you've got a level 55 weapon. You don't have her little like middle thing. Not max of the flower or the affection. Yeah. I see what you mean. About being like not fully built. Yet still being that high combat rating. Even if we do all that, there are countless other experiments like this going on in other labs.
奴らからすれば、ここがダメになっても場所を変えればいいだけです。
The best search is helping to ensure that these experiments can continue somewhere else.
知らぬが仏だ。証拠がなければ裁くこともできない。
Shutting one's mouth allows one to feign ignorance. When there's no evidence, there can be no trial.
上の連中はお前が思っているよりずっと愚鈍だからな。
Trust me, the people at the top don't have the foresight you think they do.
さあ、手を動かせ。
Hurry up with your work, don't dawdle. After instructing her subordinates to maintain the defensive line and handing over her deception work, Lanting connects to an encrypted call with DP-12.
今敵を制圧しているところだ。すぐにパラデウスのデータセンターを起動する。情報処理の確認が済んだら、権限をすべてチルロビグに書き換えろ。
I'm suppressing hostiles here at the moment. I'll open the Petadeus Intel database interface shortly. Once you connect to it, verify whether our selection of intel is correct. Then change all current control permissions for the site to Chilovig. Processing your order right now. Please wait a moment.
それから動画をそちらに送った。暗号化してバックアップを多めに取れ。
By the way, you received the video I sent you, right? Encrypt it and make a few backups of it.
3日間私が動画データに触れなかったら 自動的にロレンに送られるよう設定しておけ。
Set it so that if I fail to check it for 3 days, the intel automatically gets sent to the UNC.
どんなに可能性が低いリスクにも備える。あなたらしいですね。
Preparing for every contingency even when there is little danger. Now that's what I'd expect from you. Whenever attachments is powered up? Like you maxed it out?
カルメンの目がなければここまでする必要はなかったがな。
I wouldn't need to resort to this kind of strat if Carmen didn't put such a huge emphasis on this. I don't think I have any maxed out attachments now that I think about it. A massive explosion suddenly roars through the Phaetusa space mid-conversation. The whole structure shudders violently. The sounds of collapse echo without end. Debris from the ceiling rains down like a storm, crashing to the floor with deafening impact.
予想以上に相手の反応が早いですね。
Our guests seem to be acting faster than expected.
完璧を求めるならもう少し時間が必要ですが、この調子だとあと。
We need some more time if we want to fully complete this mission. Even in the best case scenario, we'll still need... She's a support unit. Oh, support attacks. Okay. Gotcha. The sounds of explosions arrive one after another, sadly encroaching on Lentin's position. Another blast rings out, closer and more violent than the last. The piercing screech of metal comes from directly above Lentin. A section of the ceiling breaks free and plummets toward her. Adjutant Lentin, watch out! Okay, lunges from her side with a desperate shout, throwing all his weight into knocking Lentin away. Two humans tumble to the ground. The comms device flies from Lentin's hand, skidding and tumbling across the floor, abruptly severing its connection to DP-12. Thick cloud of dust and smoke engulfs them in an instant. Lentin struggles to push herself up, but the dust still has her coughing violently. She AoEs the whole board. Kenny, who was lying face down, is already back up. He positions himself with his back to Lentin, down on one knee with his weapon raised as he visually sweeps their surroundings. Adjutant, are you alright? Lentin doesn't answer. Her gaze is aimed past Kenny's shoulder, fixed on the area that just collapsed. Lentin realizes she might have walked straight into a trap. She thought she was prepared, and yet she didn't expect the enemy to act faster than her. Judging by the direction of the explosions, there's more than one enemy. This place has become a death trap about to snap shut. All her so-called bargaining chips are worthless in the face of death. All units prepare to withdrawal immediately. But our mission isn't complete yet. One squad has already gone ahead to investigate the source of the tremors. Idiots. What they're doing is no different from a suicide run. Tell them to hurry back, no need to investigate. Prioritize immediate withdrawal. But won't we be in trouble with the conglomerate for this? Worry about it after you go back alive. Tell me, why did some squads get completely wiped out during some of Manga Security's previous missions? What do you think happened? Their assessment of mission intel was inadequate. If I were in the upper echelons, the best possible outcome in InfoSec ops would be for every operative involved to die during the mission. You mean... The color drains from Kenny's face as the worst case scenario dawns on him. Don't forget, Manga Security is just one of many PMCs serving the conglomerate. Besides us, whom they assign the dirty work to. They also have a far more obedient and useful third-gen doll at their disposal.
数は多くないが、着実にこちらに近づいてくる音がする。
You can tell from the sound alone. The people setting off the explosives aren't many, but they're closing in on us.
私たち以外に誰かがいる。完全に崩れる前に離脱する。
There are others here. Get out before the entire area collapses.
行くぞ。
Go. Another explosion. Light and fire shoot into the sky as a roar of concentrated gunfire mingles with the howls of elids. Oh, that's new combat audio. Armored vehicle zips across the open wilds, hurtling toward the base at breakneck speed. The place is about to collapse. Do we really have to charge into it? I don't want.
ヘレナちゃんの栄養剤が中にありますからね。
Nana's nutrient solution is in there. We're getting it no matter what.
指揮官、爆発範囲がどんどん広がってるわ。今入るのは極めて危険よ。
Commander, thermal signatures and the scale of explosions are both increasing. The building's structure is currently disintegrating. Entering it now poses extreme risk. I stare at the ruined building ahead, shrouded in fire and smoke. The nutrient solution Helena needs is right in front of us. Full speed ahead, charge in. Are we really going in?
しっかり捕まってなさい。
Grab the handrails, don't get thrown off. Right, I know. Our vehicle that's at Aurora's its engine is pushed to max output. It shoots forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, recklessly plunging straight into the heart of the chaos. Dust, smoke, and debris pelt the windshield, hammering against the bulletproof glass in a loud, relentless barrage. Amid the deafening roars, the armored vehicle crushes the already crumbling outer wall in a nigh suicidal charge, finally coming to an emergency stop inside the devastated experiment area. Kick the door open. Pungent wave of gunpowder, dust, and some kind of chemical agent rushes in.
コミュニティの人形たちが手伝うって言ってたのに。
The Doll community offered to help us with this mission.
どうして私が来ないといけないのさ。
So why am I the one who got dragged out here to work?
もう来る会の車には乗り。
Never want to ride with Kukai again.
黙って働く。
Shut up and do your job.
ちえ、来る会は指揮官がいるからこの車に乗ったんでしょ。
Kukai, are you sure you didn't insist on coming just because the commander's in this vehicle too?
せっかくあんたの戦力に期待しようってのに恥をさらす気？
You're here because I approve of your combat ability. Don't embarrass yourself.
はいはい。コルゼンは医療用人形ですけど、ちゃんと役に立ちますからね。
I won't slow you guys down just because I'm a medical doll. Leave the commander's safety to me.
この場所、長くは持たないわね。
Judging by the explosions, this area won't hold much longer.
遅すぎましたか？
Are we too late? I surveyed the wrecked lab at the commotion from moments ago. Seems that main security is already pulled out in a hurry.
目的に集中しよう。邪魔する敵は全て撃て。
Objective takes priority. Eliminate everything that comes in our way.
了解。栄養剤はこの辺にあるはずです。間違いありません。
Let's tackle the most important thing first. A nutrient solution for Helena's treatment should be near the lab equipment. There's no doubt about it.
そうね。敵の撤退ルートも私たちの向かうエリアと被っているわ。
The enemy's retreat route crosses the area we're planning to head to.
爆発で全員撤退したようね。
I seem to have retreated because of the explosions.
こんなところにわざわざ入ってくるのは私たちしかいないって。
Applies lacerating wound. Well, that's cool. So then, because of her, and I'm sure when Sextons comes out too, a full Blade team will be fully viable then. We're the only ones dumb enough to push forward in a place like this.
黙って動きなさい。奴ら実験機材を破壊しているわ。
Pick up the pace. They're destroying the lab equipment.
わかったよ。
I know.
ご命令を。逃げられる。エンジン起動。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
Oh, look, it's all wood and candles and stuff. Totally safe looking in here. Yeah, look, it's a giant cursed statue over there.
This is a gun game, they said. Why are you maxing blades, they said. Death.
従ってくれ。
どうってことないわ。了解。前進。
Made the thundering explosions, making security's forces do not attempt to engage us again. Then they conduct a fighting retreat, withdrawing rapidly. Engage at the distant squad. The female commander at its head stands out strikingly among the uniformed ranks. Her gaze crosses mine for a moment. She seems to consider letting her gaze linger on me several times, but under cover from her subordinate, she ultimately chooses to withdraw. Lentine. I've heard this name from Helen many times. The gaze that repeatedly lingers on me carries what feels like a mix of curiosity, appraisal, and the sense of someone sizing the prey.
指揮官、そろそろ崩れるわ。
Command, this area won't hold up much longer.
栄養剤、持っていけるだけ持っていきますよ。
Grab as much nutrient solution as you can carry.
ねえ、そこ、私が座るとこなんだけど。
Hey, wait, isn't that where I was sitting?
置く場所がないんですから、ちょっと我慢してくださいね。
We've run out of storage space. For Helena's sake, we'll have to ask Misty to bear with it for now.
まさか、私に走れって言ってないよね。
If the nutrient solution is going to end the back seat, don't tell me that I have to run all the way back.
やだやだ。指揮官が来る会の膝に座ってもいいから。
That is absolutely not an option. I can sit on the commander's or Quick Eye's lap. I think in her head, she's trying to be like, would it be better to have her sit on the commander's lap or hers, all things considered?
それくらいはいいでしょ。
Could definitely make it back together if we squeeze a bit, right? Right?
ちょっと、なんでみんな黙るのさ。
Wait, you shipped these two? Kukai and Misty. Wait, why did everyone go quiet?
とにかく走るのは嫌だからね。
Anyway, I'm absolutely not running back.
あんた、瓦礫に埋まりたいの？
Work faster, you want to be buried under this rubble or something.
相変わらずブラックだ。
I mean, it's fair, G. A lot of the community do. Today's workload has definitely exceeded all my limits. And I don't think Linus would necessarily argue either. By the chaos, I quickly locate the central control terminal inside the base. Fortunately, it wasn't completely destroyed during the combat. The terminal comes to life after a few key presses.
ここのデータをコピーしておけ。ヘレナが助かる方法が書かれているかもしれない。
Copy the intel and bring it back. Maybe we'll find a way to save Helena.
了解。
Understood.
アクセス拒否。でもクラッキングする時間がないわ。
Read access has been blocked. I'm afraid it has to be decrypted, and there's absolutely no time for that now. After making security withdrawal, some of the elites that had been drawn to them moved back to us. Cook and Metzti fight them off the way best they can, while Kofni busies herself with holding the nutrient solution containers that I selected. At least, the ones that seem potentially useful. That made me think of, like, this is probably something, well, first off, this is probably something Linus would not argue against at all. Second off, it just gave me the mental image of the commander, and then Klukai sits on the commander's lap, and Metzti sits on Klukai's lap. So it's just this, like, 3 stack. And Commander's just under there, like, having to deal with carrying two dolls at once. The enemy must have processed and edited the data before we arrived. To fully decrypt it, we would need a doll with exceptional intel processing abilities. Helen comes to mind, but reaching her requires routing through multiple relay points. I don't think I can get her help right away. Just as I was thinking of a solution, Helen's voice comes through the comms channel right when I needed her. Excuse me. Commander, you're already inside the Perdeo space.
Ah, マグにもいたが戦わずに撤退した。今はデータセンターにアクセスしようとしているところだ。
Yeah, the mega security team you mentioned didn't fight us very much, though. Currently trying to process the intel stored here. I tampered with that data through a special interface a few minutes ago. If you need it, Commander, I'll present it to you as a gift when we finally meet again. You should leave quickly. The final wipe of this area has begun.
マグニが撤退した理由は君の情報か?
Did Mega Security retreat because of your intel? I merely reminded them that the enemy was approaching far faster than expected. After all, Manga Security isn't the only thing backing Cocoon. Manga Security isn't the conglomerate's only tool for destroying evidence. They have a far more discreet and reliable tool. Third-gen dolls. I've already processed intel in this area. The UNC investigators will only find one conclusion here. The Patadeos intel permissions for this area belong to Chilovig. As for the other conglomerate-linked labs, the relevant intel there has also been wiped through the other squad's missions. These pieces of intel may seem insignificant now, but this can help muddy the investigation. It's the best way to stall the UNC. Base is collapsing fast. Larger chunks of debris have begun crashing down. Commander, should we still... Everyone withdraw immediately.
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
Alright, we're almost there. Oh. What do you mean? Okay, hold on. What is considered acknowledging to you? I need to understand. I'm also drinking water. I'll hydrate. So read the fact that you're saying, read it, laugh. Okay. Good joke, Jew. That's what you wanted, right? In an unassuming corner within Manga Security, a doll deftly swipes open a door lock, carefully stepping into a dust-covered archive room.
状況は
She said about how the commander gets a lot of girls. No wonder so many people want them dead. How's everything going?
今のところ順調です。あなたの偽造権限は実に使い勝手がいい。
Smooth so far. The forged permissions you made are working well.
でも、ドゥシェーブヌイさんのバックアップは本当にここにあるのですか？
But is Dushev backup really here? Whether cautious looks around her surroundings. Rows of storage shelves extend deep into the dimly lit room. Each shelf is marked with a large letter on its side. Shelves are covered in dust with countless file bags piled on them haphazardly.
放置されてずいぶん長く経っているように見えます。
Looks like no one's been here for a long time.
だからこそです。
All the more reason to search it.
目立たない場所ほど取りこぼしがちですから。
The more inconspicuous a place is, the more easily it gets overlooked.
ここはマグニ職員の遺書を保管する資料室。めったに訪れる人はいません。
This is an archive room dedicated to storing testamentary and will-related documents for mega security employees. Hardly anyone comes here.
不吉の象徴とみられ、今や忘れ去られているこの場所こそ、情報を隠すのに最適なのです。
As an archive considered bad luck by everyone in mega security, nearly everyone has forgotten about its existence. So it is the best place for hiding intel.
先ほどレンティーヌさんは万一に備えて情報関連の保険をかけました。
During my last call with Lentine, she specifically set up an intel insurance policy for herself in case something goes wrong.
なるほど。それだけ慎重な人間なら、バックアップをここに保存している可能性は高いと。
Also, I said they kill Commander due to all the cuddles Commander's getting. You can see, following that woman's habit of always planning for the worst case, it makes sense that Dusha's backup might also be stored here.
その通り。紙の資料ともなれば、検索に頼る人形にとっては盲点にもなります。
Exactly.
人形を信頼していない彼女らしい。
And for someone who doesn't trust dolls, this is indeed the ideal storage location. Faced with a massive volume of physical files, the doll's data retrieval functions are rendered completely useless.
わかりました。ではすぐにバックアップを探します。
Alright, I'll find the clues that point us to Dusha's backup as quickly and carefully as I can.
ただ、なんとなく不安を感じています。
Thing is, something about our current situation feels off.
大丈夫。今のあなたはマグニが正式に所有している人形です。
Don't worry, right now you're officially registered as a doll under manga security.
少なくとも識別コード上は。
At least your ID says so.
ぬいちゃんのこと頼みましたよ。
I'll leave Dusha to you. Catching something unusual in Helen's voice, Phaetusa pauses her search and frowns at the comm screen.
はい。見つけ次第、すぐ一緒にここから出ましょう。
Hey, once we find Dusha's backup, let's leave together.
やっとあなたを見つけたんです。出られないなんて言わせません。
Don't talk like you're unable to leave. We went through all this trouble to find you.
バックアップを取り戻せても、あなたも一緒じゃなければ、ここまで来た意味がありません。
If we go back empty-handed, I'll look super useless.
出るですか。
That's not actually Helen, is it? I don't know, this Helen feels off. Helen's movements pause for a moment. The constant flow of intel data shines in her eyes, flickering in uncertainty.
あなただって本当は出たいんでしょ？
You want to leave more than anyone, I can tell.
一番簡単な方法は損傷により廃棄された人形にカテゴライズされることです。
Unless it is? I don't know, she feels off. Is this way to leave mega security is to have yourself classified as combat damage decommissioned dolls?
ニキータさんの協力があれば、あなた方二人は容易に脱出できるでしょう。
If we have Nikita's help, getting the two of you out won't be a problem.
じゃああなたは同じことをすればいいじゃないですか。
What about you? Trapped because you're in too deep?
私はレンティーヌさんの秘密を知りすぎました。 そう簡単に
Okay,
私を
maybe it
見逃
is
しては
normal
くれ
Helen.
ません。ただ
The team will never let me go that easily. I know too many of your secrets unless...
ただ
Unless what?
私を切り捨てなければいけないほどのピンチが訪れれば話は別でしょう。
Unless the crisis Lentine faces next is severe enough. Severe enough that she has to sacrifice me as a pawn to protect herself.
もしくは私を差し出した方が得になるような取引を持ちかけられるか。
Still, the leverage she can extract from me needs to be substantial enough to make her feel that the deal works in her favor.
そしてそんな状況は私一人では作れません。
A crisis of that magnitude, I can't create on my own.
協力します。
Then let us help you.
相手があなたでも指揮官でも借りを作ったままは嫌です。
I hate owing people favors, whether it's the commander or you.
私はコミュニティを離れた時にはもう最悪の状況に備えて覚悟を決めています。
Besides, I already prepared for the worst before I left the doll community.
ウルリドは仲間を一人たりとも見捨てません。
Already chose to talk to me in private back then, telling me that the doll community never abandons a companion.
あなたはコミュニティの一員ではありませんが、私にとってあなたはもう仲間です。
You may not belong to the community, but I already consider you one of us.
だから私たちを信じてください。
So feel free to trust us more.
人形コミュニティはいつでも力になります。
No matter what, don't forget the doll community. We're a force you can call on too.
あなたとドゥシェーブヌイさんの力に。
We'll definitely help you with Dushev.
ぬいちゃん、ちゃんと居場所を見つけられたのね。
How wonderful. That child has found that place of belonging that she always hoped for. Gentle, relieved smile appears on Helen's face, but her gaze soon sharpens again and she begins re-evaluating the whole situation.
そうですね。一人で悩んでいても拉致が開きません。
You're right. I should leverage every faction available, not just plan for the worst. I see the arm and leg day. I'll do them in a bit.
レンティーヌさんに立ち向かうにはまだ手札が足りない。
If I'm only thinking about dealing with Lentine... Excuse me. The resources and powers I can mobilize are still far too few.
それもとっておきな思いもよらないカードを。
But if I had a few more pieces to the board, the game could play out in some other ways.
例えばあの高慢な第三世代人形さんとか。
For example, I could drag that lofty third-gen doll into my game as well.
そうしましょう。
No problem. I'll cooperate with your plan with everything I've got. Faced with Phaetusa's resolve, Helen smiles.
ではまずはここから。
And let us begin by... After the UNC investigators station themselves in Mega Security, they request access to portions of the database. Mega Security hands them some permissions for surface-level data, but all core data related to Lviv, Chiloveg's lab, and Oslo Incorporated has already been hidden or altered by upper management. It's like a crime scene scrubbed spotless, seemingly airtight. But to Helen, every movement of data leaves ripples in the Intel archives. She stealthily navigates to the depths of the data, sensing the unnatural textured traces that have been forcibly smoothed out.
リビウの事件は偶然なんかじゃない。放射線量の変わったタイミング的にチルロビグの実験室と絶対に関係がある。
I'll do the thing now then. Give me a sec. Okay, I might have stood up too fast. Yeah, just a second. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Whew. Hold on. The explosion of the wave cannot be something random. Judging by the timeline, the instantaneous surge and collapse radiation must have been linked to Chilovey's lab.
楽園計画の責任者であるオレク・ジラードはすでに逮捕された。当局はチルロビグと彼女を支援したトラ奏者を追っているけど、大したものは出てこないはず。
Oleg Girard, the head of Project Eden, had already been arrested. Chilovey, the person in charge of the explosion site, is under further investigation. Plaza Incorporated, which had funded Chilovey, will most likely come up clean after their self-audit.
そしてトラ奏者の母体であるセシト&ファルベングループも事件との関わりを全く匂わせていない。
Guess what time it just was? Oh my goodness. Are you keeping off the toe at least? You making sure not to move it too much? I really hope it's not broken. Yes, I know you walked down the basement, but I was wondering if you made sure to walk down the basement, like, without using the toe. Like holding onto the side rail and using just the heel of that foot. As for Fab, which is connected to Plaza Incorporated, they've hidden themselves perfectly behind this whole incident. Without anything to implicate them, they become untouchable.
あのコクーンという人形は完璧なまでの虚像を作り上げた。
The doll called Cocoon has constructed a flawless illusion.
財団上層部や当局にそれらしい調査結果を提出するため。
What is her goal, though? Is it to provide the higher-ups with a reasonable, beneficial conclusion to the investigation?
彼女は全く別の真相を作り上げようとしている。
No, it goes beyond that. She's feeding everyone who reads the intel a complete fabricated reality to muddle them. A strange feeling envelops Helen. She feels as though she is trapped inside a false world manipulated by an invisible hand. Every piece of reality she can touch may well be a product of tampering. Fabricating possibilities is what Helen does best, taking existing intel, reorganizing it, adjusting the sequence of events, guiding those who read it post-edit into drawing exactly the conclusion she wants. In the past it was almost always her pulling the strings, but this time she can clearly sense that someone else is doing the exact same thing. That someone is that third-gen doll, the one with intel processing abilities eerily similar to her own, who has taken an extraordinary interest in her, Cocoon.
すべてはヘリを間違った方向に誘導するため。
All of this just to mislead Helly?
足跡を残してしまったわね。
Found your tail again.
今度こそ捕まえた。
Got you this time. Reminding you why you're sad? I'm concerned. The instant Helen detects that other presence, the signal connects to Helen's level 2.
勤務中に邪魔するとはぶしつけな。
Barging in while someone is working, how rude.
いつぞやの方、やっと捕らえました。
You must be the one from before, right? Got you.
はじめましてではありませんね。
Nice to know. What I should be saying is we meet at last. Jeez.
制圧します。
In that case, let's start by clearing the side. Most perceptive. Quite curious as to your true power. So she's gonna get like annihilated, right? Hold on. If I go like here, whoops. Throw the woman out, take the personal parasol and gun. I forget how hard it is to tilt the camera down. Yeah, this is as far as you can tilt down. Look at her, just crouched here. Oh, it is like a cane weapon thing. Hold on, can I see the barrel? Okay, it doesn't look like a barrel from here. I'm guessing it's something that opens up only when in firing mode. It looks like a cane. It looks like a cane parasol thing. Oh. She's dead. Also, that movement was completely unnecessary. Cocoon maintains her effortless smile even when faced with an unrelenting stream of data attacks.
私と同じような手。あなたの正体には驚きました。
I think you can employ attack methods similar to mine. Your identity proves quite the surprise to me.
あら、第三世代人形さんに目をつけられていましたか。
Being singled out by a third-gen doll like you, ma'am, is hardly a good thing. Forces herself to stay calm, wielding every last bit of processing power to defend herself in the electronic warfare battle.
マグニのデータセンターに何度もアクセスし、情報を改ざんしていたのはあなたですね。
If I'm not mistaken, you must be the one who repeatedly infiltrated Mangia Security's database and tampered with the intel.
これについての証拠をすでに提出しました。間もなく取り調べを受けることになるでしょう。
I've already compiled and reported evidence of your unauthorized modifications to the intel, ma'am. I'm afraid it won't be long before you'll need to explain yourself to the RNC's investigators in person. Cocoon lets out a soft chuckle, brimming with confidence.
マグニでなら、かねてより興味を抱いていた DP12 にお会いできると思っていましたが。
At first, I expected to find the DP12 who piqued my interest here.
あらゆる手を使って見つけた DP12 は、メンタルに穴の開いた劣等人形に慣れ果てていた。
What a pity. After I spent so much effort, even resorting to directly tampering with all manner of intel just to meet her, I discovered that the DP12 I had been so eager to find had already turned into a defective doll with an empty head.
正直失望しました。
Honestly, I was disappointed.
くだらない結果を受け入れるしかないと思っていました。
The answer had been
今あなたと会うまでは。
The answer had been seeking all this time led to such a dull ending. That was, well, until I encountered you. The Cocoon's tone turns aggressive, as if she intends to peel open and look through every layer within Helen's neural cloud.
KSVK。いや、これはあなたの本当のコードではありませんね。
KSVK. No, based on my current deductions, that is not your true designation.
当ててみましょうか。あなたこそ本物の DP12 です。
I have made a tiny but perfectly reasonable guess again. Like, I have the idea that you're the real DP12. You shouldn't have reacted. There's no more blue lines. There's no more blue lines. That's bad. The level 2 is slammed by a sudden assault. Helen feels everything around her begin to peel away and shatter. Argent doll. Facing an opponent with performance and access permissions far exceeding her own, Helen's level 2 defenses begin collapsing layer by layer under the onslaught. Helen can barely hold her ground even with every ounce of processing power committed.
ここで私を見つけたのですから、賞賛に値する情報処理能力です。
To be honest, the fact that you can meet me here at all is a testament to your remarkable intel processing abilities.
ですがそれもここまで。
Still, this is as far as your struggles goes. The attacking data crashes over Helen's desperately maintained defenses in an instant, engulfing her like an overwhelming tide. The final moment before her neural cloud is breached, Helen uses Lentine's copied permissions to trigger the highest level alert possible in Manga security. If I do this, maybe... Following Helen's action, an instruction is sent through a vulnerability in Mega Security's defenses to every decommissioned doll warehouse. Countless decommissioned doll frames stored in the warehouses activate all at once. Like a torrent of steel-driven berserk, they smash open the warehouse doors and pour out like a swarm of hornets attacking every target in sight. Alarms blare through Manga Security in an instant. Cocoon, who was in control over the situation, cannot help but feel a flash of irritation at having her plans disrupted. How irritating. Great, found it. Clutching the well-disguised neural cloud backup, Bathilda lifts her head from the mountain of messy files. Only now does she hear the abnormal alarms and sounds of chaos coming from outside the archive room. She immediately tries to contact Helen, but the call doesn't go through. All that remains in the comms channel is a single message from Helen. Evacuation plan must be moved forward. Improvise. What's going on over there? But they quickly decides to call Nikita since the archive room has not drawn any attention yet. Sorry to call Nikita, I need some help here. You know what's going on with Helen? You know what's going on with Helen? I can't reach her at all. What's with the deal with those dolls bumping around the corridors? The Max and Manga security are running wild. But don't worry, this is actually the perfect opportunity for you. Keep yourself safe and prioritize completing your current mission, which is to find Jushiv Naya's backup. I'll draw the pursuers from your area away. I'm fine. I've already got her backup. Now I just need to go back and reboot her frame. Really? That's great. If you can successfully reboot Dushev, you'll be able to immediately evacuate. Nikita's voice is interspersed with intense gunfire and the sound of running footsteps, slightly distorted by electrical interference. It's total chaos here. Even I received the order to attack and destroy the database. Could it be... Most likely a command issued by Helen or by Cocoon. I can't reach Helen right now. I'm worried that the current situation might be the result of a last resort she was forced to use while engaging the enemy. The squad the commander dispatched to extract us should already be on their way. Maybe they can help Helen. In any case, that's not something you should be worrying about right now.
混乱に乗じてルシェーブヌイを連れて逃げてください。
The only mission right now is to take Dushev and leave during this chaos.
わかりました。
I know, I'm heading back right now.
急いでください。私だけでは長くは持ちません。外の部隊にも緊急地頭の指示が出されています。
Move as fast as you can. The time I can buy is limited. Multiple squads from the field have already received emergency orders to return enemy support.
本当にもう時間がありません。
Our window to act is really small this time.
次の目標を教えてください。
I did get pings, hold on. Ow, 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 ow. Give me a second. Okay. Ow. See, they match. Oh, look, it's her again. Trying to see if I can end up finishing this because I'm gonna be honest, my throat's starting to kill me. I want to at least finish part 1 though. Back when she worked at the nursing home, Dushev always loved listening to the elderly residents telling stories of their youth. One particular word seemed to come up again and again, home. Without her even realizing it, this word took root in the deepest part of Dushev's heart, turning into a fervent desire. She yearned for a place of belonging, where she would never be abandoned. For a long time after meeting the commander in Griffin, she believed that she had found the home that belonged to her. And so the home Dushev longed for also became the future that Helen desired most. She opens her eyes once more and finds herself in that familiar scene again. Helen looks at the bag of fresh vegetables in her hand, then at the familiar door before her. She lets out a soft chuckle.
私のメンタルの奥深くまで入ってくるなんて面白いお客さんね。
You're visiting the base layer of my neural cloud, but an interesting guest.
ここは私にとっての家であり、一番馴染み深い場所。
This is my home and the place I know best.
ここではあなたに勝ち目はありません。
You'll never win here.
ただいま。
I'm home. Announces it like a declaration of sovereignty to an unseen enemy, saying the same phrase she always does. Setting aside her sliver of weariness toward Cocoon, Helen smiles and pushes open the door she has opened countless times in the space of her own neural cloud.
お疲れ。
Welcome back. The commander looks up and gives her a gentle smile, just as always.
今夜はボルシチですよ。
We'll have borscht for dinner tonight.
すぐ出来上がるので、それまでゆっくり休んでてくださいね。
I'll have it ready for you shortly. Be sure to rest well, Commander. Deftly tying on her apron, she neatly lays out the ingredients and starts to process them. Helen immerses herself in her cooking while she's still keeping an eye on any changes in the space around her. You want to live here? It is a really nice place, isn't it?
どこから現れるのかしら。
So is that living here with or without the Helen? Where will the enemy appear?
手に持った食材、それとも部屋の隅っこから。
From the food in my hands, or from some corner of this space?
どんなにリセットされても、ここだけは影響されなかった。
You want Helen to be your mom?
それだけ私にとって大事な場所。
I'm gonna be honest. I think you need Helen to be your mom. Yeah, that's why I said mom. Even the countless neurocloud wipes in my past have not been able to touch my base layer. This place is the most important to me. Helen continues to cook his countless theories passed through her neurocloud, wearing the same relaxed, gentle smile she always does.
指揮官、ぬいちゃんはどうですか？
Commander, what do you think of Dush's recent performance?
最近訓練を頑張っていて、1位を取りたいなんて言ってるんですよ。
She's been working really hard in her training. Why did I say neural? She says she wants to earn first place or something?
指揮官?
Commander? Receiving no reply, Helen turns to look. The next instant, she sees the lifeless figure lying on the sofa. The smile on Helen's lips freezes in an instant. Right then, she hears the sound of another person's footsteps inside the room. An intruder. Helen hurries at the footsteps only to find Dushev collapsed on the floor. The curtain stirs. A blurry figure flashes past the balcony. The enemy is still around. Helen rushes to the balcony, desperate to chase down the murderer, but what greets her is the enemy's sudden counterattack. An immense force of impact engulfs Helen in an instant. Her body is paralyzed for a moment. The face of the murderer that should have appeared before her is covered by a veil of darkness. Every action she takes seems to be stopped by the crushing darkness, while Helen feels herself falling, collapsing uncontrollably within her neural space.
こんな奥深くまで改ざんできるっていうの?
The enemy is already capable of tampering with my base layer? Consciousness returns. Helen gasps for breath, finding herself still standing in the room. The scene before her is the same as before. The familiar doorbell rings once more.
ただいま.
I'm home. Helen's neural cloud feels as though it is frozen solid.
この声はさっきの私?
That's my voice. Is that me from just now? Then tries to walk to the door only to find she has no control over her frame. She is now a spectator, as if she is a guest in someone else's base layer. She watches herself leave this area and enter the room. She watches Dushev look up and run toward her, only to be dismantled by her own hands. She watches herself walk expressionlessly toward the commander. Corrupted code makes the entire space shift in an instant. The faces belonging to the commander and Dushevnaya become blurred beyond recognition.
いや、ありえない。何があっても、私がヌイちゃんや指揮官を傷つけるようなことはしない。
No, this isn't right. I would never harm Dushev or the commander, even if hacked by the enemy.
ここが私のメンタルじゃないなら話は別だけど。
Unless this isn't my base layer at all.
私の認知をもとに再構築されたデータ。もはや私たちへの愚弄ね。
Someone made this using data similar to mine, modifying it based on my own cognition. Deception like this, though, truly appalling. Helen frowns at the events unfolding before her. Even though she knows that this space is a fabrication, watching herself commit acts that betray her own will still makes her stomach churn. Doorbell rings once again. Same familiar setting returns. Helen stands in the room, gazing at the space that she has created. This is the home she always longed for, the core region of her neural cloud base layer. Countless enemies have attempted an invasion in the past, but she had the power to crush them every time. But now the enemy has dragged her into the space, making her believe at the start that it was her own base layer. Be it Dushevnaya or her treasured commander, the enemy merely constructed a framework of them, then modified them using Helen's data and memories as a template.
そんなに私を真似したいなら、これはどうかしら。
If you're so fond of imitating me, try this on for size. Let me see what you messaged. Here's some kind of train. Helen attacks. Everything familiar before her dissolves into nothing in an instant. The warm lighting, the comfortable sofa, the commander's smile, Dushav's silhouette.
I said I wanted Helen for a mom and Chris looked at me so annoyed. Am I adopted by snakes? Please help.
Yes, you are adopted by snakes. Everything disintegrates and scatters amid violent shaking, ultimately merging to a single new, pure white silhouette.
人のメンタルをコピーして戦場に作り変えてぶしつけではありませんか
Infamously not great parents. Well, not this time. Recklessly copying someone's base layer and turning it into a battlefield. Isn't that quite impolite?
それともこれがあなたの趣味ですか
Is that,
第三世代人形さん
or is that a special hobby of yours, Miss Third Gen Doll?
いいえむしろこの手で徹底的に消し去りたい余計なデータです DP12
It's the complete opposite. DP12. I'd love to rip this superfluous trash data out of my neurospace and grind it to dust.
私を探していた原因
Is that why you're looking for me?
コロナホール計画ですか
Because of the Project Coronal Hole.
それに参加した記憶は私にはありませんが現状を見るに私のデータの一部があなたに植え付けられたのではないでしょうか
I have no memory of participating in that project. Still, given the current situation, it seems that some of my data got extracted and implanted into the database within you.
噂に聞く第三世代人形がこんなくだらない形で誕生していたなんて
I didn't expect the legendary third gen dolls to have such a boring origin story. Faced with the doll's provocation, Cocoon maintains a composed smile.
創造者は私たちは他とは違うと言ってました
The creator once claimed that we are different from the rest.
素体の構造もメンタルも第二世代人形とは雲泥の差です
We are distinct from second gen dolls, both physically and mentally.
優れた第二世代人形のデータは私たちのメンタルを構築する基本となりますが通常それらは私たちの人格形成とともに抹消されます
Outstanding data from second gen dolls form the database used for building our neural clouds. In most cases, that data is completely wiped once our personalities are born.
それがあなたは DP12 は私に消しがたい烙印を残した
Except yours. DP12, you left something within me that proves difficult to discard.
あなたと会って確信しましたあなたの抱く執念の正体はあの指揮官です
After meeting you, I was able to confirm that this lingering obsession of yours that refuses to fade is something that involves this commander.
私が忘れまいとあらゆる手を尽くして残した情報
How fascinating. That piece of intel I tried so desperately to remember, even going so far as to leave myself hints in every possible way,
それがこうも他人に影響を与えてしまうなんて
had left such a profound mark on another.
ね
Lady.
えコクーンさん
Oh. If you read it like this, it's just like, oh.
私のメンタルにこびりついたものをすべて消し去ります
Those residual shadows lingering in my base layer should have scattered long ago.
あなたも含めて
Of course, the same goes for you. It's gotta be Helen here, isn't it? Yep. Where is she? Oh, there she is. They did not need to do that. They didn't. They did not need to. Yet they did. And yet they did. kinda wanna see if I can just... Which I wonder what is this... What is this... decryption? I just realized, does she actually have... No, she doesn't have a thing that says what her element is or anything. And she's considered an unknown. So can I just... Mark's Cocoon's room. Yeah, that's just... So I don't have to deal with these. Yeah, sure. Uh-oh. There we go. Can we wait for it? Not sure, just held her. Ah, okay. I see, says the blind man. Oh, that kills. Okay. Oh. Okay, well that works. If I need to, I'll just nuke her. Why would you do that? You realize you're just now out of cover, right? Truly a smart third-gen doll. Calmly but precisely manipulating a powerful data stream, Cocoon closes in on Helen within the neural space. However, as the distance shrinks, Cocoon finds that her movements are growing sluggish. Outside the base layer, a massive flood of redundant data appears to attempt joining her processing queue. It relentlessly tears at the computational space she had perfectly planned, trying to occupy it. Triggering the highest possible alert preemptively, then using the deluge of incoming alarm notifications to force me to split my attention. At her brilliant counter. Looks like you remembered. You are still inside Mega Security, and you manipulated the system, such that all new data entering the Intel archives has to pass through you. You can process everything on time if there's only a few pieces of incoming intel, but now you might have too much on your plate. Oh, and a few defense mechs may have accidentally had their attack targets temporarily switched to you. I did it, of course. I'm afraid they're making a beeline to you right now. Near scrap metal. Dealing with them poses no difficulty for me. I fully understand what you are capable of. With your clearance level, you could just shut down this alert yourself and correct the mech's targeting. But that will mean leaving records of your actions.
知られたくないはずです。
Making security may serve the conglomerate, but tampering with intel without permission, while abusing conglomerate permissions to issue missions for your own benefit, things won't end well if that were to be discovered.
何よりあなたの背後にいる主にとって都合が悪い。
I imagine your master would be quite terrified if such actions came to light.
経験上知りすぎた人形はリセットするのが財団の基本的な対応です。
From what I've observed, the conglomerate's preferred method for dealing with dolls who know too much has always been a neural cloud wipe.
第三世代人形も同じですか？
Do third-gen dolls receive the same treatment? Alarms continue to blare. Meanwhile, Helen's attacks grow more ferocious in level 2. For the first time since this confrontation began, the thought of retreat crosses Cocoon's mind. Cocoon regards the enemy before her coldly. Weighing her options, she ultimately chooses to withdraw. If Blue Sphere were here to provide cover right now, she could just slip into Manga Security's intel archives, alter the data, and check what is going on. But as Helen pointed out, no matter how much she modifies the data at this point, traces of tampering will inevitably remain. Eliminating DP-12 in her current circumstances would endanger her actual mission. There's something more important to attend to. Shelving her clash with Helen for the time being, Cocoon rapidly pulls data from the intel archives and begins mass-scale deletions and alterations. Narrative question? What's up? Where is Blue Sphere? We have Blue Sphere. If the order of the events is correct, we have Blue Sphere's like dormant body in an off-site facility that is kind of serving as like a pseudo base that Dyer is running. Dyer? Dyer. Because Dyer wanted to study her and her like because he's never studied a third-gen doll before. So he's studying her, as well as the idea is to to potentially eventually like I guess boot her up again, but like on our side instead. Which I'm assuming that's also the facility where the thing happens with Sextons, like why she ends up being fully on our side and with a new body and everything. Shoving her clash with Helen for the time being, Cocoon rapidly pulls data from the intel archives and begins mass-scale deletions and alterations. In Helen's room, Bathilda carefully props the doll up into a sitting position, calling her name softly. She loaded Dushev's neural records 2 minutes ago, then completed a preliminary check. She has already checked this neural cloud. She's certain that the backup is intact, but whether Dushev can really recover and what state she'll recover to remains uncertain, and that still makes her nervous. But yeah, but I meant like getting her on our side as in getting her fully combat capable and everything. And a new fully equipped and all that. That's what I meant. Sorry, I should have mentioned that. I still need to read back through that because like despite me having done all of the events, I don't remember what happens between the last encounter of Sextons, whether we were fighting her normally, and then her coming around with that big cannon being all broken. And then something to do with Kalina at some point? And then yeah. So I need to recheck that. If you know where I can go back to reread that, I would love to. Thankfully, the doll finally opens her eyes after what feels like an eternity. You're finally awake. Bethilda excitedly grabs the doll's arm, but the doll just stares at her in bewilderment.
ここは
Where is this?
マグニセキュリティにあるあなたとヘレンさんの部屋です。
Your Manga Security. This is a room shared by you and Helen.
よかったやっと。
This is great. You're finally...
ヘレンはどこだ？
Helen, where's Helen? Where did she go? Doll looks around in confusion. Bethilda gently takes her hand, trying to pull her to her feet.
ヘレンさんは今取り込み中です。迎えに来ました。一緒に帰りましょう。
Helen can't come right now, but I'm here to pick you up, so let's get out of here together.
帰る？ウヌは誰なのだ？知らない顔だぞ。
Leave? But who are you? I don't know you.
私はバチルダ。人形コミュニティの仲間。
Bethilda, your companion from the doll community.
DP12 を探しにマグニセキュリティに潜入したんです。
We
覚えていますか？
came to Mega Security to find DP12. Do you remember? Look into the doll's still bewildered eyes. Bethilda presses a frustrating hand to her forehead.
このバックアップは古すぎた。
This backup's contents are from too far back.
詳しいことは後で話すので、とにかく今は逃げ。
Look, I'll explain the rest later. Please, Doshu, just come with me for now.
残念ながらそういうわけには参りません。
Apologies, but I'm afraid you won't be going anywhere. Bethilda snaps her head toward the source of the voice. Standing in the doorway is a pink-haired doll, studying the room's occupants with evident amusement. Getting a pair of eyes that share a gaze eerily similar to Helen's, Bethilda freezes for a moment. Gun smiles and steps closer. Stay back. Bethilda springs to her feet and spreads her arms wide, places herself between Dushev and Cocoon. But Cocoon pays Bethilda no mind. Her gaze pierces straight through her and lands on the bewildered doll sheltered behind her. Yeah, she should have mentioned the commander. The instant she sees Dushev, the icy smile on Cocoon shifts unexpectedly, giving way to one that almost feels gentle, yet obviously deeply unsettling.
やっと会えたわね、KSVK。
We meet at last, KSVK.
何時は？
You're...
私よ。ヘレンよ。
your companion, DP12. Sense of familiarity draws Dushev toward Cocoon on instinct. Bullets strike the floor near Cocoon's feet without warning, halting her approach. Nigata pushes the door and enters, raising her gun at Cocoon coldly.
第三世代人形コクーンに告げる。直ちに抵抗をやめろ。
Third generation doll Cocoon sees all acts of resistance immediately and surrender. Cocoon glances back at Nikita with a dismissive, light scoff. Then turns back, steps forward, walking smoothly toward Dushev, completely ignoring the gun Nikita has trained on her from behind.
リセットされても覚えているわよね。
You still remember my name even though through a neural cloud wipe, right?
ヘレン。
Your name...
惑わされないでください。仲間は私たちです。
Don't listen to her, Dushev. We're your companions, not her.
今のあなたのメンタルは何年も前のものです。一緒に帰れば最新のものと同期できますから。
Your neural cloud backups from years ago. Once we get back to the commander's vehicle, you'll get to sync to the latest data. She looks at Bethilda next to her, then back at Cocoon, who is still approaching. She was awakened by this doll called Bethilda just moments ago. Despite her repeated insistence that they are companions, the residual commands in her backup tell her she should still be inside Mega Security carrying out her duties. The pink-haired doll's frame looks nothing like Helen, yet her voice and manner of speaking are strikingly similar to the Helen buried deep in her memory.
家のこと覚えているかしら。
Do you remember our place of belonging?
私たちと指揮官しかいない小さな部屋。
A small room of her own with just us and the commander. Cocoon's words are like a key, instantly unlocking Dushev's long-sealed memories, but now she's caught between a companion with a deathly familiar bearing and a doll who claims to be a companion from her future. Oh my gosh, I just realized something. Hold on. For T-dolls, this would be the equivalent of time travel for them. If they get backed up, or like get rebooted with a backup from the past, talking to someone who they know in their present iteration is like talking to someone in the future, and that is wild to think about. Bishop wavers, falling into confusion.
我は
Aye.
あなたはいつも捨てられないようベストを尽くしてきたわね。
Have you forgotten, KSPK? You always wanted to do your best in everything, because that way you'd never be abandoned again.
指揮官との再会に備えてただひたすら強さを求めてきた。
And that's why you kept pursuing strength, so that when you finally reunite with the commander, you'll be strong enough.
違う。ウノはヘレンではない。
No, you're different from Helen.
お互い素体は変わったけれど、メンタルバックアップに間違いがあるわけないでしょ。
Both your frame and mind have changed. Our neural cloud backups, though, those can't be wrong, can they? The scales begin to tip. Dusha slowly lowers her weapon.
私と一緒に来て。一緒に指揮官を探しに。
Shall we leave together, in search of the one that matters to us the most, the commander?
ああ、指揮官を。
Yes, I want to find the commander. Hesitation drains from Dusha as soon as the commander is mentioned. He was mentioned before! Her spirit lifts in an instant.
惑わされないでください。彼女は敵です。
Don't listen to her, Dusha. She's the enemy.
本物のヘレンさんはすぐここに来るはずです。
The real DB12 is probably already on her way to us. Just wait a bit longer and you'll get to see her.
よそ者の言葉に耳を貸す必要はないわ。
See? She doesn't even know about our most important secret.
このヘレンさんのふりをするな。
You stop pretending to be Helen. But his fury finally boils over. She roars and pulls the trigger, lighting up the room with muzzle flashes. The cocoon doesn't even move her feet. She simply watches the white-haired doll quietly as Bathilda's bullets graze past her, not a single one hitting its target.
ほら、ぬいちゃん。
I have a feeling she is currently also having electronic warfare going on with both Bathilda and Nikita, causing them to not actually be able to hit her. So basically, no matter how hard they try, they will intentionally be shifting their aim to not hit her, because that would explain why neither of them hit her. Also, I got a ping. Oh. There's a cat showing Ort. And then she immediately left. Oh. I just saw the Aib now. I was going to ask if that was like a commission for someone. Like if she got a VGen commission, because I know she started doing that in hopes of getting a little bit of money coming in from that. KSVK, come here. Same composed smile remains on Cocoon's face, as though Bathilda's assault were nothing more than an inconsequential, harmless bit of entertainment. Ignoring Bathilda's protest, Dushev approaches Cocoon, who reaches out to stroke her hair. I don't like this. Is she gonna just hack her right there? It feels just like before. She remembers the countless days and nights curled up in Helen's arms, listening to Helen's exciting stories.
ヘレンに似ている。
Feels like Helen. Cocoon's hand moves slowly downward from Dushev's forehead, and as if by accident, covers her eyes. She then lifts her head to face Bathilda and Nikita, who cannot do anything about all this. She flashes them a provocative smile of victory.
時間がないわ。一緒にここを離れましょう。ぬいちゃん。
We don't have much time, KSVK. Shall we leave here for now? Footsteps rapidly approach the doorway. Bathilda turns to look and finally sees the blue-haired doll rushing toward them.
私の仲間を離してくれますか？
Could you let go of my companion?
コクーンさん。
Miss Cocoon.
ヘレン。
Oh.
戦場は片付いた。 皆の者よくやったな。
I gotta continue it. I have to. I wanna see what's gonna happen. The Helen who appears before Dushev stirs an inedible sense of familiarity itching to the depths of her neural cloud. It compels her to instinctively take a huge step toward Helen. Yet a cold hand seizes her from behind. Dushev turns. She sees Cocoon's face, wearing that same gentle smile that left no room for debate.
ダメよ、ぬいちゃん。簡単に騙されちゃ。
Hydrate, I'll hydrate. My throat hurts so much. Be careful, KSVK. Don't get deceived so easily.
騙している張本人が何を。
But you're the liar. You're the one who's been deceiving Dushev all along.
指揮官の居場所を知っているわ。私と来ればすぐに会える。
I know where the commander is. Just stay by my side and you'll see him real soon. Biggest problem here is she has Dushev hostage right now.
指揮官は今人形こ。
But the commander's at the dock. That it blurts out a retort on reflex. Oh no! Oh no! She just told her. You just told her where he is. Where he actually is. That blurts out a retort on reflex, only to catch herself halfway. Realizing she nearly exposed the commander and the Dole community's location, she swallows the rest of her words with bitter regret and shoots Cocoon an intense glare.
デシェブヌイさん、一緒に行きましょう。
Dushev, come with me. Let's get out of here.
指揮官も仲間たちもここに来ているんです。
The commander we've been waiting for and reinforcements from her companions, they're all on their way.
何？彼は一体どっちを信じれば？
Reinforcements? But I came here for the commander's sake. Sensing Dushev's renewed hesitation, Cocoon releases her grip. Instead, she gives Dushev's shoulder a light push with her fingertip. A gesture so gentle yet carrying such a venomous lie.
選んでぬいちゃん。選択を間違えたら一人ぼっちよ。
Time to choose, KSVK. Choose wrong and you'll be left behind again.
でも選ばなければ間違えることもない。
But if you don't choose at all, you'll never be wrong.
ここに残ることが一番安全なんだから。
Staying here would be the safest choice, would it not? Cocoon's voice is like an enchanting spell, steadily encroaching on Dushev's mind.
待ちたければ待てばいいわ。
If you want to stay in place, then all you have to do is stand still and wait. Helen's voice, clear and resolute, cuts through the web of confusion that Cocoon wove.
選ばれたい。捨てられたくない。
Clinging to the hope of not being chosen, wishing not to be left behind.
そんな思いを抱きながら来る日も来る日もあの人の帰りを待ってきた。
So I accidentally noticed something, and I don't know if I should comment on it. And I only noticed because I didn't intend to. I was looking at the background at this because I saw the red strings thing and like, oh, it's one of those boards. And then I was trying to see if I could actually tell what any of this was. Because there's clearly like big images here and here. I was looking to where these pointed. And then I noticed something. But you know what? Maybe it's best not to comment. Waiting, time and time again. Praying for that person to return to your side.
臆病だった私たちの選択をそのまま提案するんですね。
You really did just perfectly describe the most cowardly choice we once made.
何時は
I...
でも今度は待ってあげないわよ、ぬいちゃん。
I'll wait for you no longer, Dushev. Helen's gaze passes through all, reaching Dushev. Helen's eyes hold no reproach, only a tender sense of sorrow. A gaze woven from sentiments so complex that no words could describe it.
あなたがここに残るというなら止めないわ。
Spending an eternity on waiting achieves nothing. You can stay here. I won't make you change your choice.
私たちのこれからの居場所は私自らの手で作る。
This time, I will build our future place of belonging with my own two hands. The moment the words leave her lips, Helen launches another electronic warfare attack on Cocoon. Though her processing power is seriously low by now, she has a number of good companions by her side. Ignoring Dushev, who is still standing in front of Cocoon, within Nikita launches simultaneous assault from both sides, forming a perfect pincer attack. Dushev wants to stop both attacks on instinct, but Nikita's icy words pin her in place.
デュシェーブ内もし自分のことをマグニセキュリティの人形だと思っているのならよく聞け。
Dushev, if you consider yourself a Mangi security doll, then listen carefully.
公務執行妨害にあたる行為は裏切りとみなす。
Obstruction of official duties would result in you being classified as a traitor.
裏切り者。そう思われてしまえば指揮官への道が途絶える。
That can't be. If I'm, what was it? If I'm branded as a traitor, jeez. If I'm branded as a traitor, then I'll never be able to find the commander. Have you made up your mind yet? I don't know. Don't hesitate anymore. See Bethilda back there. But we clearly... Perhaps this is another solution to the problem we're facing. But I think the lady before you won't give you much longer to ponder the issue. Headshot. Oh! Look at that. So this is clearly a stylistic choice on whoever made their frame, right? Considering this this right here serves no purpose on a Tito aside from, oh, someone just made them that way. They were just made that way. Versus for, it's a camera. This right here, this tiny dot right there is a camera. Is that what you're saying? Right, to choose is in your hands. Yes, that is cursed. I don't like that. Who should I believe? Just do as I say, KSVK. And then she watches us just nuke her. Because that's what's about. Oh wait, we have both of them. Yeah, sure. Why did it take me this long to realize? Again, just... Oh, come again. It's just ridiculous. Just insane. But also, I never thought of it before, but they made both Helen and Dushev ice element. So they are complementary to each other. What if I just use them too? Like I get these, just deal with the ads. Dang. How about you?
現実を知りなさい。期待はするなよ。了解。
Ah, dang, I can't reach that other one over there. What if I do like this? I think this works. I just want to leave. Okay, so we'll do this. Do this. It'll load. And boom. And then that wouldn't be enough yet, so we'll do that. Ow. That's just rude. That's just more rude.
良いのか?
Okay.
お任せください。
What does this one do? For my units? You know, good point.
ここは通しませんよ。
But it's fine.
制圧します。期待はするな
See,
よ。
it's fine. Then finish it off with
勝利
Dusha.
の呼び声だ。
従ってくれ。
I like how the mission wasn't eliminate Cocoon, it was just straight up kill Cocoon. Watching Helen, Nigra Basilda, and Cocoon clash without end, Dushifnaya's mind descends into unprecedented, messy chaos. Even now, she still racks her mind trying to figure out which doll is the DP12 she knows. If the doll called Bathilda was telling the truth, then the doll community is her place of belonging now. But her neural cloud has no records of that place right now. She doesn't even understand her apparent reason for coming here in the first place, to find Helen whom she had lost contact with long ago.
我はなぜヘレンと離れ離れになったのだ。また足を引っ張ったのか?
Why did I get separated from Helen? Did I hold her back again? Gentle, strong, forever a guardian of everything, the DP12 who always stood behind her waited alongside her, but now two dolls, both so eerily similar, stand before her. Right choice will be made this time. The instinct within her heart must be followed, even though she is now different from who she once was. The dependent trust from before etched into the depths of her neural cloud. It is an instinct, the one and only Helen that she always relied on and looked up to. Encourage each other. Never give up. She now steadies her thoughts. Her gun swings around, locking onto the imitation. The bullet tears through the air, shattering the tension of the battle.
遠く離れた星々もいずれ巡り合うものだ。
Even stars, far apart as some might be, will eventually intersect in the sky one day. The sudden attack does not deal Cocoon a fatal blow, but it does graze her cheek.
この程度の攻撃。
An attack like that will never defeat me.
セブヌイさん、やっと信じてくれた。
Dush, if you're finally willing to trust us.
たとえ他のすべてを忘れたとしても、汝のことだけは忘れはしない。
Even if I've forgotten everything about what's happening now, I would never mistake her for someone else.
ずっと我を守ってきた DP12。ヘレンよ。
The DP12 who had always protected me is the Helen standing right before my eyes. Bishop's eyes blaze with conviction. This time she runs toward Helen of her own accord.
共にここを離れよう。
Let's go. We're supposed to get out of this place, aren't we? Watching Bishop run to her, Helen realizes that the scene she longed for all those years just happened right before her in that instant, despite the frame difference. Dushev's neural cloud never got wiped. She wasn't too late. Helen never had to watch Dushev leave her under the pressure of pursuers. The past dissolves like smoke.
DP12、ヘレン、共に指揮官に会いに行こう。場所を知っているのだろ?
DP12, Helen, let's go find the commander. You know where he is, right? Helen smiles gently, then answers Dushev the same way she always does.
え?
Of course.
では行くぞ。
Let's get out of here together. She grabs Helen's hand. They spring to the helipad amidst the unending alarms. Cocoon watches them flee. He breaks into an icy smile, then begins walking in the same direction as them. A wave of gunfire blocks off Cocoon's path. Nika and Bathilda rain fire on Cocoon almost simultaneously. Nika gives Bathilda a nod during Cocoon's momentary holdup.
バッチリだ。行きなさい。私が援護します。
This is to go. I'll cover you guys.
ええ、あとはお願いします。
Got it. I'm counting on you. Zeta runs after Dushev and Helen, covered by Nikita. The alarms inside Manga security continue to blare relentlessly as an endless number of mechanical sentries surge to Cocoon's position.
I just thought of something awful. Helen has to give up this Deshev. The Deshev that is okay. That she didn't lose. Loving her is bringing back the her without her and all the trauma.
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, though, while there would still be a gap, technically, I think they could merge the backups. Like this one, they can just add, because the other backup started during Sojourners. That's when she woke up again. Everything in between then and the first neural wipe that she had, which is the one that Helen had to experience. Everything in between, I think, is just gone. Like gone. I think only Helen remembers the other things. Means reintroducing the world without her. Yeah, that is true. So no matter what, this was always going to end it in a way where Dushev might get all the memories back. Technically, she would still be that. In a harsh way of putting it, she would still be broken. It's a harsh way of putting it. I just couldn't figure out how else to describe it. Cocoon attempts to break free, but Nikita's gunfire locks down her movements.
全員行っちゃったわね。
You can...
どうして私だけ目の敵にするの?
Your companions have all left. What are you doing? Picking on me?
私の受けた命令はマグニセキュリティのデータセンターに侵入して情報を改ざんしたものの確保。
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? I received an order to contain the intruder, the one who infiltrated Manga Security's database and tampered with classified intel without permission.
彼女たちは任務と関係ない。仮に敵だとしても、指示がなければ私に止める権利はない。
They are unrelated to my mission, even if they are hostiles. I have no permission to stop them without explicit orders. Found the enemy. Attack! During the brief standoff between Nikita and Cocoon, the crazed dolls continued to pour in alongside Manga security personnel who responded to the alerts. They surround Cocoon on all sides. Outnumbered greatly, Cocoon smiles as if saying it can't be helped, before slowly raising her hands in surrender. Members of Manga security seize Cocoon.
皆さん誤解していませんか?
I believe there's been a bit of misunderstanding.
それに現時点の容疑では私をどうこうできる権利はないはずです。
About the crimes you've pinned on me, none of you have the authority or permission to dispose of me at the moment.
私は今でもトラ奏者を代表している立場なのですから。
Plaza Incorporated, who I represent, is still your client.
トラそうね。せいぜいわめいてろ。
Plaza Incorporated. Save your rebuttals for after the investigation.
聞いたぞ。トラソーがリビウの実験室を援助していたことを。
We've heard the rumors. Plaza was the financial backer for that lab in Lviv.
しかも、後始末の任務に就いた連中は謎の勢力に襲われた。
The staff sent to handle the wipe almost got attacked by an unknown faction.
確証のないことを口に出すのはよろしくないかと。
Jumping to conclusions based on unverified intel would not be wise.
公式発表が全て。違いますか？
We should all defer to official sources, should we not? Cocoon's lips curve into a smile, but her eyes tell a different story. In order to deliver her fabricated answer to a certain URNC guest, she had to let DP-12, whom she had always been fascinated with, slip away. After a battle fought in the base layer, Cocoon loses all interest in the blurred data fragments affecting her own base layer. It's pretty clear now. It's pretty clear now. Those incomplete data traces are merely core memory data that DP-12 refused to forget.
無意味なデータ。後で必ず消すわ。
Such meaningless data, yet so stubbornly persistent. I need to find out how to erase all of it in the future. I will say though, there was this one instant where Cocoon encountered Dushev as Dushev and not as quote-unquote DP-12. That I think that core data surfaced for a tiny bit. It was where her expression changed for like a split second before returning to her like manipulative mode. Which makes me wonder if that's gonna play into if Cocoon ever ends up being converted. Cocoon detests the blurred data lingering in her base layer. She once wondered if those memories have connections to the third gen doll's creator, but now it is clear they should be wiped entirely. Only wonder what means. On the other hand, her brief clash with Heli has sparked in Cocoon a desire to stoop more. Moving a perfect answer from existing intel, wrapping it in multiple layers of packaging, hacking into an enemy's base layer, tampering with data. All this is precisely Cocoon's area of expertise. She does not know whether her methods will work on Heli, but...
さて、この情報を食べてどんな反応をするかしら。
Interesting. I do look forward to seeing how that little one evolves after consuming those gifts. Sexton's... If I remember right, Sexton's always had a sword. It's just that she also had the little revolver things. Or I think they were revolvers. They just turned her into more... No? I remember she had a sword. Yeah, she had the revolvers, yeah. But I remember she had... Well, I know Igla had a sword. I have to look into that. Maybe I'm just remembering... I think I'm just remembering a lot of things about Sextons wrong. I have to reread, like, after a certain point. Like, I have to read her story after... I think to fully grasp, I have to read it after she kills that one, like, high-up, snobbish dude. Who almost looks like a Persona character. Steering away from the chaos of Mega security, Helen guides the group away from corridors where enemies might appear, racing to the helipad.
Helicopter?
I'm pretty sure she killed him. What do you mean you didn't read that? It was part of the main story. Because it was like an encounter where she was... Okay, he was yelling at her and everything, and it was like after the whole mission had failed or whatever. After he was... After the point where he kind of got held hostage by Kolfne for a little while. This was main story. Not an event, it was main story. It's not directly that she kills him. But it's heavily implied because he starts like saying, he starts like panicking, saying do you know who I am, and all this other stuff. And then his voice cuts out. And then it just switches to Sexton's talking over the radio with Darcher. And Darcher like mocking her. That's what I remember, at least. Unless I'm remembering everything about her wrong. Because I remember that happened. I remember that's the reason why he's not in the story anymore. Because he's dead. Helicopter, I thought we were going to smuggle ourselves out by hiding in scrap material.
状況が変わりました。コクーンと対峙している間、内部権限をいろいろといじりました。
Plans have changed. While dealing with Cocoon, I had to modify a number of internal permissions. It was to prevent her from affecting my neurocloud.
廃棄された機械は、私の指示で大規模破壊任務を開始したわけです。
Some of the decommissioned mechs have been issued orders to carry out large-scale destruction.
とんだリサイクルですね。
So the discarded materials still came in handy, huh? And recalls their early conversation, lets out a soft chuckle.
ええ、それはもう。
Yep, they certainly were a huge help.
コクーンと同じ手を使ったので、とりあえず足はつかないでしょう。
And mimicked Cocoon's methods. It should throw off some of the people trying to track us.
ですが、ヘリコプターはどこで調達を？強奪でもするんですか？
But the Dao community doesn't have a helicopter. Are we going to snatch one?
普通ならそうですが、この状況では難しいと思います。
In theory, yes, but things are far too volatile right now, so I can't guarantee success.
飛べるもの。ジェットパックとかを作ってみてもいいですが、経験も余裕もありません。
I haven't had the chance to build flying stuff yet. Maybe I could make everyone a jetpack, but obviously there's no time for that.
それも一つの方法でしょう。ですがまだ一つだけ可能性が残されています。
It is indeed a possible approach, but if everything goes well, there's a very tiny possibility that
指揮官の増援が来てくれれば。
the commander's helicopter will arrive before the ones meant for the higher-ups' evacuation. The moment she finishes her sentence, the silhouette of a Black Hawk helicopter appears in the distant night sky. They immediately raises their gun, ready to fire. The helicopter draws closer. Cabin door slides open before it even fully lands. Bethesda sees Suomi waving frantically at them.
Suomi-san?
よかった。皆さん無事だったんですね。
Thank goodness everyone's safe.
スオミ殿。
Seeing a companion from her Griffin days, Dushev's anxiety finally eases somewhat. The helicopter touches down, suddenly on the helipad. Somebody rushes out from the cabin, throwing her arms around Dushev and Bathilde.
ヘリポートの座標を受信してすぐ、指揮官が新しいチームを編成したんです。
A new team was dispatched as soon as the commander received the helipad's coordinates.
ここに来る道中も順調で幸いでした。
So happy that everything worked out. Everyone's okay.
ヘリコプターの識別コードを変えましたが、時間稼ぎにしかなりません。行きましょう。
I've altered this helicopter's identification code, but it won't hold them off for long. We need to leave right now. Sounds of footsteps draw closer. Unwatched Bathilde, Suomi, and Dushev board the cabin one by one, but she herself turns to face the building's corridor, showing no intention of leaving just yet.
ヘレン、何をしているのだ？
Yeah, let's leave together.
マグニの人形だということ忘れていないだろうな。
I really hoped that you'd all remember that you belong to Manga Security. Of course it's Lentin. Chilling voice pierces through the roar of the Blackhawk's rotor. Under Helen's watchful gaze, Lentin steps out from the shadows at the other end of the helipad. Casually tosses a mangled part of an autonomous mech at her feet. It hits the ground with a dull thud.
もちろんです、レンティーヌさん。
Of course I remember Lady Lentin. Then arches an eyebrow at that familiar form of address.
ならそのどこの馬の骨のものかもわからない乗り物が私への報酬のつもりか？
So this is how you pay me. An unidentified enemy vehicle dropping in from the sky.
先に行ってください。私にはまだやり残したことがあります。
Go on ahead, you guys. I'll stay behind to cover our retreat. I have to deal with some unfinished business.
ヘレン？
戻ってきてすぐ本部が攻撃を受けている知らせが入った。
Just raced back from the Yellow Zone only to receive word that HQ is under attack.
それと同時にお前から報酬とだけ名付けられた座標が送られた。
Then there's that series of coordinates you sent me labeled payment.
はい、 だからあなたはそれらの場所へ向かうべきです。いずれもマグニの上層部の位置情報です。
That's right, Lady Cantine. You should head to the coordinates I gave you. Those are the locations of Mengi Security's top brass.
うまく立ち回れば、あなたはこの動乱からマグニを救った立役者になれるのですよ。
By capitalizing on this major unrest at Mengi Security, you could become a hero who descends from above to rescue them.
食えないやつだ。私が渡した権限でどれだけの小細工をした。
You, just how much have you been doing behind my back with the permissions I gave you? And he closes to the distance, step by step. Click of her heels against the ground rings out clearly, even among the noise at the helipad.
ご安心ください。すべてはあなたへの恩を返すため。あなたが上へ行くきっかけを作ったに過ぎません。
Rest assured, out of gratitude for your kindness, all I did was arrange a few more opportunities for you to climb up your career ladder.
それがあなたの望みではありませんか？
That's what you've always wanted, no? Linton ignores Helen and looks past her. That familiar doll stands behind Helen now, her face filled with anxiety.
ほう、私の隠したバックアップを見つけたのか。
So you found the backup that I hid away.
どうりでこれほどの騒ぎになるわけだ。
No wonder you had the nerve to cause such a commotion.
あなたのような有能で用意周到な人間には一つ傾向があります。
It was only thanks to your reminder that I realized that an elite as prepared as you.
それは無意識に自分の死後も考慮に入れて準備を整えることです。
Would instinctively hide certain things in a place that only matters after your death. The place where your will is.
今もあなたは私の所有者です。私のしたことを暴いたところで、あなたには何の得にもなりません。
My current permissions still belong to you. Exposing the fact that I've modified some records will bring you no benefit whatsoever.
スケープゴートもすでに作っておきました。あの第三世代人形です。
Besides, I've already found the perfect scapegoat for all my actions. A third-gen doll.
持ち主のことを覚えていたとはな。
So you do remember that your permissions are in my hands. The corners of Lentin's mouth twist into a mocking smile. Stops a few meters away from Helen, her eyes brimming with the cruel amusement of a predator toying with its prey.
あなたのしたいことは私が全部叶えて差し上げました。
It delivered everything that you wanted, piece by piece.
今はただここを出て久しぶりに指揮官に会いたいのです。
Now I just want to leave, to see the commander I've been awaiting for so long.
指揮官にはあなたがマグニにいることを伝え、
Perhaps after meeting the commander, I could tell him that there's a certain lady in Mengi's security who...
黙れ。そんな安い命乞いには乗らん。
Shut up. Spare me the disgusting pleading.
お仲間はともかく、お前はそうやすやすとは逃がさん。
Your doll friends aside, you at least won't be able to leave that easily.
では私に何をしろと？
What do you mean?
そうだな。
What I mean is...
自害しろ、ヘレン。
Hey, Helen. Go wreck yourself. The roar of the helicopter's rotors scatters Lentin's words into the air. Phaetusa still reads the command through the movement of Lentin's lips and the muffled sound. Terror seizes her entire body in an instant. She throws herself toward Helen with all her might, only to be held back by Bathilde.
離陸します。ヘレンさんの気持ちを無駄にするつもりですか？
We have to take off now. Don't waste the time Helen bought us.
ヘレン、早く！
Helen, come with us! Lentin's command transmits like a shapeless current, reaching Helen's mind in an instant. The smile that had been on Helen's face vanishes in an instant. She stands frozen in place, her expression vacant. Execute commands from your registered owner. This is the logic written into the base layer of every doll. Even third-gen dolls cannot defy this. Where can she inflict damage to self-destruct the fastest, how can she destroy herself most completely? As an Intel specialized doll, she never set up any self-detonation protocol. Helen's memory, just back to the day, years ago, when the order to wipe Dushev's neural cloud came. Did that child go through the same thing? Obeying orders from above, quietly waiting for the execution? Helen slowly raises her hand. Her fingertips trace down from her neck. Just as Lentin was expecting her to comply, Helen raises her weapon and pulls the trigger on Lentine without a moment's hesitation. She has a what? Lentine's force field activates instantly. The bullets ricochet off its surface, scattering across the ground. The next moment, the distress signal in Helen's body begins to transmit. How is that possible?
お前の権限は私が持ってるんだ。なぜ抵抗できる？
Your ownership permissions are mine. How can you directly defy my orders?
マグニのサーバーが何者かによって不具合を起こしているようですね。
Oh, that's shot. Mangus Security's database suffered a certain impact. Perhaps a certain uninvited guest accidentally destroyed some critical server data.
早めに修理した方がよろしいかと。
You should get someone to repair it as soon as possible.
しらじらしい。お前の仕業だったら直すのは無理だな。
If you did it, you wouldn't have left me any chance of restoring the permissions.
こうも簡単に落とされるとは使えない。
The database got breached that easily? Utter trash.
さすが第三世代人形の演算力といったところでしょうか。
Well, that third gen doll named Cocoon does possess quite the exceptional processing power. The helicopter behind Helen has already lifted off. The massive downwash blows Lentine's hair into a mess. A rope ladder drops from above. Once she confirms that Helen's ownership permissions are no longer tied to Lentine, Lucia raises her weapon and takes aim at the human.
マグニを出てイエローエリアでお前たちだけで何ができる？
You're gonna leave Mangus Security and go into the yellow zone? What can the likes of you clankers even do there? Tide shifts in an instant. Lentine's gaze darts back and forth between Helen and Dushev. If only someone could help her attack the helicopter. But Lentine came here alone. She did it to prevent her subordinates from learning about her dealings with Helen. Now, all she can do is to watch them leave. She could do nothing to stop them.
あなたにはやるべきことがあるはずです。
You should probably attend to something else, ma'am.
捨て駒から脱却するなら今しかありません。
This is the perfect opportunity for you to help Omen escape the fate of being discarded.
まだまだお世話になりますので、私からのプレゼント、気に入っていただけると嬉しいです。
I hope you'll cherish the gift I left you. After all, you'll still need to keep your subsequent work under wraps.
私たちは共犯者ですからね。
Don't forget that we are accomplices, okay?
それでは、またお会いしましょう。
Thank you for everything. It's been a pleasure working with you. Lentine got absolutely played by Helen.
次会ったらお前もお前の指揮官も屈服させてやる。
Next time we meet, you and that commander of yours, you'll both fall before me. Unwilling to waste more time on the dolls fading into the distance, Lentine suppresses the fury within and turns, swiftly heading toward the Omen's positions.
普段は安全なところで余裕こいて何か起きればすぐ全体を呼び戻す臆病者どもめ。
Only those pampered top dogs do this. The moment something goes wrong, they order an emergency retreat for every deployed squad.
面倒だ。
How troublesome. After watching Lentine disappear into the distance, Dushev throws herself into Helen's arms inside the cabin.
ただいま、ぬいちゃん。
I'm gonna be honest. I genuinely was under the impression that she would actually end up like doing some sort of deal or something. Like Helen would do some sort of deal or something where she stays and then Dushev gets to go back and everything. And then it's a situation similar to Nikita where both Nikita and Helen would be inside of Mangi for the foreseeable future. So it was actually a pretty big twist for her to suddenly shoot at Lentine and have all her permissions removed. I'm back, Dushev.
今度こそずっと一緒よ。
From now on, I'll never leave again.
なんてことない調理だが、休む理由にはちょうどいいだろ。
That's what I'm wondering. Why would Cocoon do that? I'm guessing it gets told here in a bit. Oh, look at it. Fantasies come true. Aww. The descending Black Hawk kicks up dust on the Elmo's helipad, blowing away the downcast air that had been looming over the ship these past 2 days. After hearing that Dushev and Bathilda made it back safely, Orwid pays an official visit to the Elmo as adult community's representative. Contrary to her valiant, cool appearance, Orwid still looks kind of nervous when she sees me.
マグニの部隊は撤退した。今回は本当に助かった。
Manga Security's main forces have withdrawn. It's all thanks to your help, Commander.
お姉様、デセーブヌイさんにバチルダさんもみんな無事で本当に良かったです。
Everyone's safe. This is wonderful. I'm so glad this is a voiced event because my voice is in pain, and if it wasn't voiced, I'd get no little couple-second breaks. Seeing her companions finally back on the Elmo, all safe and sound, Somi's tension finally dissolves.
ヘレーさんのおかげで前よりはるかに強い素体に完走できました。
Thanks to Helen, I obtained a frame that is far more capable of combat than my previous one.
あとはデセーブヌイさんに最新のバックアップと同期させるだけですね。
Lucia's recovered part of her memories too. Once we sync her with the Elmo's backup, we'll be able to restore everything. Lucia instinctively glances at Helen at the mention of memories, her eyes casting an anxious glance that wished for Helen's help. Seemingly afraid of accepting a past she never knew, Lucia feels a trace of apprehension lingering in her heart.
霧に隠れた過去を我は取り戻すのだな。
A past shrouded in fog. Is reclaiming it really possible?
ええ、大丈夫。記憶を同期したところで何も変わらないわ。
Don't worry. The backups you lost in the past won't really affect who you are, Dushev. Helen's voice is as soft as it could be. She reaches out, gently taking Dushev's trembling hands in her own.
今まで経験してきたことすべてがあなたのメンタルを形作っている。
Everything you've ever experienced leaves a mark in the base layer of your neural cloud.
上辺の記憶があってもなくてもあなたはあなたなんだから。
The memories in your neural cloud have shaped who you are in the present, but they can never represent your inner self.
そうかもしれぬ。だがマグニに入る前の記憶も気になる。
But before my memories of entering Manga Security, there are still blanks that I know nothing about.
その中にも我にとって大事なものがあるのではないだろうか。
I have no clue what's in these blanks. But if I forgot something important just like this time?
もっと昔のバックアップはこれからゆっくり探せばいいわ。
I know that we can look for those missing backups in the future. We'll have the chance to.
今はただ前だけを見ましょう。
But for now, just look forward.
どんなに長く離れ離れになってどれだけのことを忘れても私にとってぬいちゃんはぬいちゃんよ。
Even after being separated for so long, even after you've forgotten so much, you're still the Dushev Naya I know. Yeah. Tension in Dushev Naya's expression finally eases. The smile gradually returns to her face under Helen's reassurance.
どうしても不安でしたらコルフェンがカウンセリングしてあげますよ。
I can offer some professional mental health therapy if you're so scared. Oh, can I say something to you? If you're still there. It might be something that is a little cursed for you, or in general, I guess. So it turns out this goes into some heavy, deep lore, as in like you have to get lore from all 3 games and everything, as in all 3 GFL games. So like Project Neural Cloud, Ghost Frontline 1, and Ghost Frontline 2. It turns out the Florence that was in Neural Cloud, like all of the base layer stuff and data stuff from there, as well as the fact that Florence ended up, for whatever reason, being in Maryland for a while, eventually did lead to her as a medical doll's, this is before she became Tactical, her as a medical doll becoming a sort of template Maryland, USA. And also she became the template that was used for certain medical dolls, including Kofne. So the template that she was created off of is from Florence. Oh, hey Orca, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. My voice is dying. Thank a stroll raid. You know, that makes sense. Also, we just witnessed, actually, here, we just witnessed Lentine use the word clankers. So that was, so this is fitting that Orca then raids immediately after. How was stream? What were you doing? You don't want to get spoiled? And you're not... Is it spoilers if this is literally the last part or the last chapter of part 1? Because I don't know how much of the story you read. No. Not all of them. Not all of them. At least Kofne is. But yeah. I can offer some professional mental health therapy if you're still scared. You still haven't finished the first. Orca, you do not have much time. You do not have much time, Orca. You need to read, Orca. You can offer some professional mental health therapy if you're still scared. Not scared. You know what? After this chapter, should I roll? Should I roll for Phaetusa? Not scared.
残念。ヘレナちゃんのために用意したカウンセリングプランを早速使えると思ってたのに。
And here I thought that the therapy plan I specially prepared for Helena might come in handy early.
コルフェン、ヘレナの容体は?
How's Helena doing? How many chapters are in the game? Well, it's a difficult question to ask. But for this one, this is an event that's currently happening in the game. This is the last chapter of the part 1 of the event. Part 2 did come out like a couple days ago. I haven't started yet because I need to get through part 1, and this is the last part of part 1. The last chapter of part 1.
いつ目が覚めるかわからない状態です。
If analyzing the nutrient solutions composition, Melanie has confirmed that there are no issues.
でも栄養剤の成分はメラニーちゃんと一緒に確認したので大丈夫です。
As for when Helena will wake up, I don't have perfect answers just yet. Yeah, I'll show who it is. I'll show who it is.
目が覚めたらすぐに指揮官に知らせますね。
Oh, Orca, the video you sent me, I tested it because I don't have Groza, Sabrina, Nemesis all built. I still tested it though. Like, I just quickly built them as much as I could and then tested it. I got the boss down to 13 bars. I almost killed it. Almost. That is such a funny, like, upgrade. I promise I'll tell you immediately when she does. What is this tactic? So, first off, you need somebody who has a Helen who is at least V6. So, like, a maxed out Helen. Her weapon doesn't have to be maxed out, just her have to be maxed out. Second off, you need 4 bulwark dolls. You can technically do it with less, but it's better the more you have. It's a platoon thing. There's a little buff that you can get. I forget what it's called, but it basically gives you a boost. It gives you a stack of a certain buff every time a bulwark T-doll gets hit. So it's a tactic. For me, for example, I used Andoris, Nemesis, Groza, and Sabrina. And then I just yoinked Helen from the platoon. You basically don't let Helen shoot at all until the very end, the very last turn. And that whole time you basically do a certain rotation for the other characters, and with Helen's ult. Until the last turn, in which you do the rotation, but this time with Helen, you use her ult, and then you normal attack the boss, and it does a stupid amount of damage, because by then you would have gotten at least 40 something stacks of the buff. And I did over 1 million damage by doing that. It was insane. In like one hit. The tilts her head to the side and gives me a deliberately obvious wink.
どちらかというと指揮官の方が心配です。
As for you, Commander, you haven't been resting much due to everything that's happened lately, no?
リビューを出た後、一度もちゃんと寝ていませんよね。
You haven't truly slept ever since we left Lviv.
時間をかけてぐっすり眠れば、起きた頃にはいい知らせが待っているかもしれませんよ。
Oh, give me a sec. Hello? If you go to sleep now, who knows, you might wake up to some good news from me.
確かに。わかった。
Rest, huh? Alright then. My voice hurts. My throat hurts. Just to Helen, who's waiting quietly nearby. Recalling that I haven't arranged her accommodations yet, I decide to help her get settled on the Elmo. Hello? I bring Helen to the room prepared for her. She takes a moment to rest.
エルモ号にはまだまだ部屋がある。ドゥシェーブヌイも来るつもりならいつでも歓迎する。
No, I'll hydrate one. The Elmo has rooms to spare. If Dusha wants to stay, I'll prepare one for her too.
あの子の迷いがわかるのですね。
Did you notice the uncertainty in that child's heart, Commander?
10年前勝手に消えたのは私だ。スオミやドゥシェーブヌイがどんな選択をしようと一切干渉するつもりはない。
You were supposed to watch me roll, Orca. But alright, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Chief. I'm the one who chose to leave back then. Whatever choice Suomi or Dusha make now, I won't interfere with it.
私には冷たく聞こえます。
It sounds like such a cold and heartless thing to say.
冷たい。
Cold? Heartless?
あの子は自分から聞くのが怖いんです。だからエルモ号にいてもいいのかなんて言い出すには時間がかかると思います。
She's afraid of getting left behind again, so she doesn't dare to ask. Getting that child to ask, can I stay on the Elmo, will take a very long time.
あなたの帰りを待つ間、あなたと再会したら、私が代わりに聞きたいことを聞くと、ぬいちゃんと約束しました。
After you left, the Shivnai and I made a promise, as we spend our time waiting for you. If we ever got the chance to meet you again, I would ask every question on our behalf. Helen stands quietly before me. Her eyes shine with a mix of emotion I've never seen before. hope and anticipation. She extends her hand toward me, her smile resolute yet gentle.
指揮官、今度は一緒に帰る場所を作ってくださりますか？
Commander, will you build a place of belonging, a place to call home together with us this time?
帰る場所か。
Place of belonging. Everyone's thought about building a so-called place of belonging or home in the past decade. The Elmo is my transport and my safe house, but I've never considered it home. But now, perhaps moved by Helen's sentiments, I actually begin to consider what home truly means to me. While I briefly hesitate, Helen slowly lowers her head. She lets out the faintest of sighs, a sigh that seems to carry the quiet worry of being refused.
どこにいようと、私にとってあなたのいるところが私の帰る場所です。
Doesn't matter where we are. To me, wherever you exist is wherever I call home. This time I do not hesitate. I take Helen's outstretched hand.
よかった。
I'm glad. Helen's voice carries a slight tremor. She moves our clasped hands so that our fingers become intertwined, then gently guides my hand to rest against her cheek. Her skin is cooler than I expected, yet the gaze fixed on me now burns with warmth. She rubs her cheek tenderly against the back of my hand, then slowly closes her eyes. Her long lashes tremble faintly, as though greedily savoring the sensation she has been longing for a decade. A real touch. Unsure how to react, I scratch my cheek and try to pull my hand away, but Helen only holds on more tightly. She opens her eyes, then presses our intertwined hands to her chest.
この胸の高鳴り。もしこれが人間の体だったら、とんでもない心拍数を記録していたでしょうね。
Joy, aggrievement, excitement. If I had a human body like yours, Commander, you might be feeling my heartbeat right now. My heart which refuses to be still.
この時をずっと待っていました。
I've waited for this moment for far too long. Inside that virtual world I built for myself.
メンタルの中でこの光景をシミュレートしてきたんですよ。
Now that it's here, I tremble with fear it might be yet another dream, another illusion that I constructed from data in my base layer.
未だ実感が湧きません。まさか幻ではありませんよね。
I'm not familiar with this place. Where will the enemies attack from? Beside me, beneath my feet, or from the commander?
大丈夫。これはセカンダリレベルじゃなくて現実だ。
This is in level 2. Everything here is real.
では、指揮官の今の家を見せてくれませんか？
And may I see it? Your current home?
家はちょっと大げさだな。ただの休憩室だよ。
I wouldn't call it a home. It's just my dorm.
お願いします。指揮官。
Please, Commander. Unable to refuse Helen's request, I lead her to my dorm, our hands still linked together. Push the door open. Helen releases my hand without realizing it. Simply stands frozen at the threshold, gazing inside in silence, as though she were carving every detail of the room into her heart.
ただいま。
I'm home, Commander. Her quiet voice is almost a whisper, yet that alone is enough to send ripples through this silent space.
おかえり。
Welcome home. Helen smiles and steps inside only after hearing my reply. Her eyes sweep the room. Her fingertips trace lightly along the cold wall as though measuring every detail of this space through touch.
想像してたのとちょっと違いますね。
Not quite the style I had imagined.
君の部屋は好きに飾ってもいいんだぞ。
About the room I've given you, feel free to decorate it however you wish.
家の感じは少し薄いですが、そもそもここは何もかも想像と違いますしね。
The commander's room is missing something that makes it feel like home. But then again, the home I envisioned was never a setting like this. The mention of the home she constructed in her base layer, a bewitching tone weaves into Helen's speech.
指揮官は見たくありませんか？私の想像する家を。
Aren't you curious, Commander? About the home that I spoke of?
メンタルリセットに対抗するため、私はメンタルの奥底にセーフゾーンを設けました。
To resist neural cloud wipes, I built a safe house of my own in my base layer.
セカンダリレベルから攻撃を受けても、そこさえ破壊されなければ、あなたの存在を忘れることはありません。
Attacks on level 2 occasionally breach the base layer, but so long as that space is not destroyed, I will never ever forget your existence. Helen moves close to my ear. She confides in me in a whisper as soft as an exhale. Only the two of us will hear these murmurs.
ぬいちゃんと私の最高権限はいつだって指揮官のものですからね。
Be it Dushev or me, our highest priority ownership station will always belong to you, Commander. Soft voice drifts into my ears. Helen's hand comes to rest lightly on my shoulder, always coming even closer to my ears, as though she's sharing a secret meant only for us.
マグニのデータセンターにちょっとした仕掛けを施しました。ロレンがリビウの事件を調べようとしたら、あなたがパラデウスを滅ぼした英雄だということにたどり着くように。
I altered Mengi Security's database a little. If the URNC conducts an in-depth investigation for Lviv, they'll find that you are the hero who destroyed Paradeus.
これは私が勝手にしたことです。どうなるかは私にもわかりませんが。
I did this out of my own desire. I don't know what the final outcome will be.
決定力に欠ける証拠ではロレンは結論を変えたりしない。
External evidence won't sway the URNC's ultimate conclusions.
ですが、私はあなたが無名の英雄であることに耐えられません。
But I don't want you to become a hero who only moves in the dark.
勝手な行動をお許しください。そして、私を信じて。
Please forgive my selfishness, and please place your trust in me.
今はゆっくり休みましょう。これからの日々は私も共にいますから。
Have a good rest, Commander. I'll be by your side from now on. Han's other arm wraps around my neck. Transferring barely any weight at all, she rests her head against my shoulder. Tender low whispers are akin to a night lullaby. Impossible to resist, it sheds all weariness and sense of fatigue. Her hand glides down from my neck, her palm patting softly against my back as though coaxing me to sleep. Sensing that I haven't pulled away, she takes my hand to gently guide me, allowing me to follow her lead, ultimately drawing her into my embrace.
ところで、指揮官を助けたご褒美が欲しいのですが。
As payment for helping the commander, I'd like a little reward.
ご褒美?
What kind of reward?
私の思い描いた光景を現実にしてください。
Please let the illusion that I've constructed countless times be an illusion no more. Feel my body sink. When I come to my senses, my head is already resting on Helen's lap. I look up to see the joy brimming in Helen's eyes. She leans down to look at me. Her hair cascades like a waterfall from both shoulders, brushing softly against my cheeks. Noticing that her stray strands are tickling me, Helen's fingertips gently lifts them to tuck them up behind her ear. Her fingertips then touch my face, carrying a pleasant coolness as they glide over my eyes. With a soft little chuckle, she bids me to close them. Helen's fingers massage my temples gently. The pressure is just right, unraveling my tense nerves inch by inch. Every frustrating worry seems to melt away for now.
これを何度想像してきたことか。
I found myself within an illusion just like this countless times.
あなたのそばにいるだけで安らかな気持ちになります。
To be with you is to be home, to be in the place of belonging I've always longed for.
どんな敵よりもあなたを忘れてしまうことだけが怖い。
I've never feared any enemy. The only thing I fear is forgetting everything about you. I can still feel Helen's presence with my eyes closed. Her warm exhale draws closer, as warm as a human's. Her gentle breath, light as a feather, brushes across my lips, my nose, my closed eyes, and finally it envelops me in its warmth entirely.
これが私の憧れてきた家。
This is the home I've always longed for. Moment of long overdue peace. My consciousness gradually slips away, sinking into a deep, restful dreamland. Inside this room aboard the Elmo, Helen greedily commits every detail of this moment to the base layer of her neural cloud. Sometime later, the door to the room is quietly opened a crack. Helen lifts her gaze to the small silhouette standing at the doorway. A wide-eyed child peeks in cautiously, studying Helen with her eyes full of curiosity. It's Melanie.
寝てる。
Commander is resting. Kofne mentioned that Helena's condition still needs monitoring. And remember that, Melanie hesitates, but in the end she takes small little steps into the commander's room. Helen, kneeling on the commander's bed, smiles and presses a fingertip to her lips, making a soft shh gesture toward Melanie. Sensing the hesitation in Melanie's eyes, Helen lowers her hand to pat the empty spot next to her on the bed, the unspoken "come here" hanging between them. Melanie carefully walks over to the side of the bed. Those crystal clear eyes look upon the slumbering commander, then at the smiling Helen.
一緒に指揮官が起きるのを待ちましょう。
No need to rush. Let us wait for the commander to wake up together. The warm, peaceful atmosphere makes Melanie linger in place. Sensing that Helen hasn't turned her away, Melanie climbs under the bed like a kitten seeking a patch of warm sunlight, lying down next to the commander. Melanie keeps her eyes wide open at first, determined to stay awake till the commander stirs. But soon, as though lulled by the commander's steady breathing, Melanie lets out a little yawn, and gradually she peacefully drifts off to sleep as well. Sunlight filters through the room's window, falling softly over them, painting a scene of quiet warmth. Just like a real home. And there's your omega sweet, like, diabetes-inducing scene. Now back to your sci-fi military political drama. Having finished the tangle of work on her plate, Lantine stares at the internal commendation report praising her squad's valiant performance. The corners of her mouth twist into a weary smile.
大したやつだ。情報改ざんはすべて国軍がやったことになっている。
Gotta hand it to her. She's smart for pinning all the blame for modifying records on that third gen doll.
演出は拙いが、この私が英雄とはな。
An imperfect performance, but I did end up being the hero.
副司令、上層部からの調整が入りました。
Adjutant Lantine, the latest reassignment notice has come down.
今回の事件を経て、データセンターのセキュリティアップデートが決定されました。
This incident has induced changes. Every database in Manga security now requires the highest level security upgrade.
第三世代人形とはいえ、こうも簡単に侵入されてはあまりにも危険です。
The fact that a third gen doll was able to breach the Intel archive so easily, the hidden risks that this reveals go far deeper than what we can see on the surface.
奴はそもそも財団の代表として最初から一部の権限を持っていたんだ。
Don't forget, that third gen doll did carry some Manga security permissions on behalf of the conglomerate. Lantine leans back in her chair, fingers tapping against the armrest in a crisp, lighthearted rhythm.
データセンターそのものの不備よりもネズミの存在を警戒した方がいい。
Rather than blaming the database for being insecure, it's better to say that someone gave out perms they should have never given.
それじゃあ、前におっしゃったロレンの調査は
What about the UNC investigation you mentioned before?
カルメンが大事な情報を差し出すとは考えられない。
むしろデータセンターが侵入されたことを利用して容疑を否認することもあり得る。
Judging by Carmen's personality, she'd never hand over critical intel willingly. She might even use a database breach as an excuse to deny the validity of certain pieces of evidence.
それよりもコクーンがどうなるのかが気になる。
What I'm more curious about is what fate awaits the third-gen doll named Cocoon.
データセンターへの侵入が発覚したんです。リセットされるのでは。
Her hack into the database was discovered. She'll have her neural cloud wiped, won't she?
そうとは限らない。
Not necessarily. Linton rises and walks to the window of her new office. After the internal accommodations, the squad's accommodations became a lot more comfortable.
ロレンに渡った情報は全てコクーンの手が加わったものだ。結局ロレンは何も分からずじまいだろう。
The intel provided to the investigation team already got processed by Cocoon long ago, so in the end the UNC may find nothing at all. What?
結局、奴は財団に任された役目を完璧に果たしたわけだ。
Ultimately, Cocoon still completed her mission of concealing the truth for the conglomerate, flawlessly at that.
侵入の件も緊急事態に迫られて行った措置というふうに処理されるだろう。
Meaning her so-called breach of Angus Security's database could easily be brushed off as acting out of necessity during her investigation.
上層部がその気になれば、コクーンはすぐにでも解放される。
As long as the top brass are willing, lifting the restrictions on Cocoon would just be a matter of saying the word.
じゃあ調査は何の意味もなかったということですか。
So you're saying the investigation was completely meaningless?
かもしれないな。
Maybe.
だが情報を改ざんできるのはコクーンだけとは限らない。結論を急ぐな。
Still, Cocoon isn't the only one capable of manipulating data, so who wins and who loses is too early to tell at this stage. The image of a blue-haired doll with an ever-present faint smile surfaces in Lentin's mind.
人形の中には格別に能力の高いやつがいる。
Some
制御こそ難しいがな。
Some dolls are indeed genuinely capable. A shame that they're so hard to keep under control.
人形といえば
Speaking of which, Adjutant Lentin.
財団から新たな人形が送られてきました。今回の件のお詫びだと。
The conglomerate sent over a new doll. They described it as an apology gift for this incident.
お詫びだ？コクーンの代わりを入れるのが待ちきれないだけだ。
An apology gift? Cocoon finally leaves and they couldn't wait before sending another doll here? Lentin scoffs.
どうせ財団の目だ。
Be careful. Could be another nail the conglomerate's planted in Angus Security.
上層部としては副司令に所有権を持たせて愛に配属させたいとのことです。
The top brass wants her assigned to your unit, with full ownership permissions belonging to you, Adjutant.
こちらが資料です。コード STR-03A482。
What?
コードネームイグラ。
Here are the documents. ID STR-03A482, codenamed Igla.
戦闘力重視の第三世代人形です。
A third-gen doll with combat ability as her design priority.
ここに来る前にリセットはされたんだろうな。
She's been fully wiped before being sent over, I assume.
はい。権限の方も間違いなく副司令の名義です。
Yes, that has been confirmed. You also have full permission to dispose of this doll. Lentin follows Kenny into the area where Igla is being stored. The third-gen doll stands expressionless, gazing at everything before her. Sensing Lentin's arrival, she offers a deferential, gentlemanly bow. Obedient, compliant, like a machine, awaiting a command from her master.
念のためにもう一度リセットしろ。
Wipe her neural cloud again, as a precaution.
主が誰なのか徹底的に分からせてやるんだ。
Make sure she knows who her master is. That's what matters most.
はい。すぐに実行します。
Understood. I'll do it now. Lentin folds her arms, her gaze cold and appraising as she watches the doll before her. Neural cloud wipe, disposal permission verification. Lentin scrutinizes every step with care to ensure that each one is completed to the letter. She'll make sure that this new tool cannot cause any problems like her predecessors. Staring at the face of the woman before her, Igla feels as though something important is missing from her neural cloud. There's a name that wants to be yelled out from the base layer of her neural cloud, but no matter how hard she tries, she cannot remember it.
リセット完了です。
Wipe complete.
いや、まだだ。
It's not that simple. Drawing experience from Helen's case, Lentine does not fully trust neural cloud wipes and overriding anymore. While most cells are usable for a long time after a wipe, it is by no means a permanent guarantee. The foundation that it all builds from, real experience, cannot be completely changed by data wipes alone.
今後は1週間ごとに定期的にリセットしろ。
From now on, schedule weekly wipes for her at a fixed time.
構いませんが、それでは情報処理能力に影響が及ぶ可能性が。
No problem. It's just that regular neural cloud wipes might affect certain intel processing capabilities.
戦闘力重視のモデルなんだろ？戦えればいい。
For a third-gen doll whose primary function is combat, all she needs to maintain is her combat performance.
私の体で人形が指揮官になるような状況は許さん。
A doll will never become the one giving orders in my unit.
余計な情報に触れさせるな。
Don't let her learn any more than she needs to.
はい、分かっております。適切に使えば戦力アップは間違いないでしょう。
Don't worry, I understand what you mean, Adjutant. Put her to good use, and our squad will definitely be stronger than ever. Looking at the doll, who has just undergone yet another neural cloud wipe, Lentine speaks slowly.
お前の過去には微塵も興味
Lentini
ない
is the worst. I want to poison her chalice.
徹底的に利
Poison
用
her
させてもらう。
chalice, and give Yuzhong a chalice filled with my tears. And poison Lentine's chalice again.
I have no interest in your past, but now that you're here, you will serve me completely.
私がお前の唯一の主だ。
Remember, from this moment on, I am your only master. Master, third-gen doll, Manga Security. A stream of new information is captured and recorded by her neural cloud. Mega remains silent, following every new command from the woman who owns her. In a vacant office, Cocoon reports to a man on the other end of the comm screen.
ヘリはマグニセキュリティ内部の情報をすべて取得しました。こちらの想定通りの結論を導き出すでしょう。
Kelly has fully accepted the intel from the Maggie security. Every conclusion she can draw moving forward is now under our control.
マグニセキュリティがホワイトエリアの実験施設から受けたまわったのは物資輸送と警備のみ。
Maggie Security's cooperation with the White Zone Lab was limited to supply, transport, and security provision.
この事実により、ロレンとセシト&ファルベングループの信頼関係は維持されます。
Based on data extrapolation, the URNC will continue to place trust in such Fabin after this investigation concludes.
トラ奏者で行われた実験は職員が勝手に行ったもの。
All experiments under Tlazo Incorporated's name were unauthorized actions of individual researchers. The man on the other end nods with satisfaction. The call is promptly ended. Being caught tampering with intel did cause some trouble, but when weighed against the achievement of successfully leading the URNC investigation by the nose, that small loss feels entirely bearable. Tlazo suffered a loss, but surely with the URNC chasing accountability, Miss Berryfield will know better than to say anything she shouldn't. After all, the conglomerate operates completely unlike the URNC, which prefers due process. Recalling Miss Berryfield's initial embarrassing outburst, Cocoon simply shakes her head with a soft chuckle.
極めて大きな権限を持つあのヘリで、人間というものへの理解はこの程度。
Heli, that thing with absurdly high clearance, our understanding of humans is indeed quite lacking after all.
私たちのように騙され、操られ、しがらみから逃れられない。
Deceived and controlled just like us, trapped within our respective systems.
もっと深いところまで
Shall
潜らせてもらうわ。
Shall we let this hack go a little deeper then? Ellie arrives once more at the meticulously tended garden.
ダンデライオン様、リビューの件の調査結果についてご報告します。
So a thing a lot of people have been memeing is that that Dandelion has somehow had kids, and Heli is one of them. That is one of the big memes happening in the community currently. Lady Dandelion, about the investigation to Lviv, have reached a preliminary conclusion.
チルロビグとパラデウスは長期にわたって結託し、ホワイトエリアで深刻にない実験を繰り返していました。
Chiloveg had a long-standing secret arrangement with Patadeus. The experiments conducted in the White Zone lab fell entirely outside the scope of her original submitted research plans. Dandelion turns around. As always, no emotion can be read from her face. See, the thing here is that Dandelion knows the truth. Because he has contact with us.
得られた答えはそれだけ?
Is that all? Is that the answer you've arrived at?
調査は続行中です。
It's like she's letting Helly figure things out on her own. The investigation is still ongoing. My current conclusion is not the final verdict.
続報があればお知らせいたします。
I will continue to compile all available information. Ellie turns to leave. To sustain the investigation, a vast torrent of data pours into her database at every moment. And within that same information, traces as fine and imperceptible as silk threads, code remnants left by Cocoon, are slowly but surely twisting, etching strange marks into an inconspicuous corner within the depths of Helly's neural cloud.
人形、自己意識。
Doll-assisted autonomy consciousness. We did it! We did it! My voice is dying. We did it. My voice. Let me just quickly finish these levels and then I sleep. I was gonna pull today, but
There are bugs under your skin, take off your skin. There are so many bugs under your skin, take them out.
oh my goodness.
訓練の成果ね。
Hello. Hello. Linus.
エンジン起動。
訓練の成果ね。了解。
Hold on. Can I just
訓練の成果。
go here? Yeah, just go here. Then get her up there to activate the lever.
降参するなら今のうちよ。
Oh my goodness, I can. I just over there.
エンジン起動。
You're what?
逃げられる。
What box?
エンジン起動。さっさと倒れたらどうだ。
前進。
GFL the matchday one? Oh, box of units that you've given up on. No, I don't think he does.
前進。
My voice is dead.
訓練の成果ね。ハンデをあげる。
エンジン起動。
前進。
従ってくれ。
Box of units I've given up on.
エンジン起動。
戦場は片付いた。皆の者、よくやったな。
I think you need to give more context. sounds so off out of context. Eliminate boss. Boo, he's all the way over there. GFL text chat? What?
Engine 起動。逃げられる。エンジン起動。
If I fail to pull a unit a ton, they go in the box. Oh, okay, okay. There we go.
次の目標を教えてください。
Date information check. Oh, right, right. The reset. There we go. My voice is killing me, so we're gonna have to pull another time. Yeah, I'll finish that another time. Grab all this. Start buying more of the stuff I need to buy. This is more important. Might as well do this. The shop stuff. I am not okay. I can't talk anymore. Take the apps. Okay, hold on. Here, let me send it to him then. Oh, Linus, if you're still here, the way I did this is so here, let me show you the standard way. Let me use let me use the dispatch shop as an example. So dispatch shop, right? All these, if you press the star there, it adds it to wish list. This goes across every single shop. So anything that's got the little star on it when you go into that shop, which you can proceed to each individual shop like this, you just add the star. And it'll automatically add it to this, so you can just click here and you just go down and buy whatever you want to buy. Yeah, it's really good. Unfortunately, you can't add these here. So I never do for that one. But I do for this one, because this is tickets. This one has tickets. This one's just free stuff and tickets. Not quite free stuff, but having these and these, when you max them out, they're basically enough points to get more tickets. And of course tickets. It's really nice. It's really nice to have. Alright, did I read this out? Commander, when the warrior of sunlight's blade descends from the void and bathes the dull community in its gross incandescence, I see the forms of the Supreme Leader and our fellow adventurers toiling away, and I feel an intense flow of warmth in my neural cloud. Surely it is a spell called gratitude that burns in me. Why is it gratitude? That's you and my fellow adventurers who have helped keep the nightmare of losing my neural cloud at bay. You have allowed me to once again feel the true purpose of adventures and to find my way forward. Without you, I might never have been reunited with Helen, and our bond would never have been able to shine once again. Do you not think these are miracles born of magic? And certainly repaying a Dwemer? Dwemer? If it's like, should be proper Dwemer? This should be a proper etiquette between adventurers, no? And so, thank you, Commander. Hero's journey is that much more exciting because you are there as a symbol of thanks. I've teleported a gift to your room. It's filled with precious items I found while adventuring, so make sure you hang on to them. Also, you'll keep me company for all my future adventures, right? The magic between us burn ever brighter. More tickets. I'm gonna keep holding on to those. I will respond to that tomorrow when I do my dailies. And I'll do that tomorrow. I don't want to do that right now. Alright. That's it. That's it for me. I'm ending here. My voice is dying.
また会えて本当に嬉しいです。今度こそ。
I'll continue part 2 at another time. Okay. Anyway, thank you for stopping by. I would raid someone if there was anyone to raid, but I think Orca was literally the last person who was online right now. So yeah. Anyway, thank you for stopping by. Good night, CLP.